I feel the level is much higher than 2020, so I have to be very calm and push a lot to be on top. Like in Buriram I struggle a lot, but in Sepang we can make it 2 good races, so I try to keep this pace. But the level, competitiveness is much higher, yes. Yes, Harushi is a really young, talented rider, very fast, and especially here in Sugo I think he knows the track very well. So for me I have to learn the track. Sakwan is always fast, and also my teammates sometimes wake up in the races, so I think there are really good and strong riders. Yeah, Sepang I like a lot. I know very well the track, and I also had my best positions in World Superbike there. And Buriram for me was difficult, mostly because it was the first race for me with the team, with the bike, with a new bike, and especially with this tire. So we had no test before, not really much, so it was a little bit difficult to be on top. On the practices it was okay, but on the races we struggled with the tire pressure for all the race, so in the end I cannot do the pace like the first. But we made some adaptations and now I feel strong. The layout is very nice, and I also like Malaysia, the heat and the I'm from Germany, it's very cold and not humid, but for me this is a special place in Sepang, and the layout, like I say, the fluent riding is so cool, and I like the hard braking areas as well. I don't know, but I'm fast there. We are strong on the straight with the new aero package. The engine and the aerodynamic is very good. And the rest of the bike for me has been not changing so much, but for sure the braking entry, this bike is still top. But we miss on the exit a little bit, and the rideability could be better, but we work on this, and the rest of the bike is possible to win races and win championship. The most I do is endurance racing, so I ride a lot in the European races. We test a lot, so the biggest part for me I think is on the bike. But when I'm at home, normally I train a lot on some off-road bikes, but in this moment in the year in Germany it was too cold until now to train, so I work a lot in my garage, and I think the technical side is also very important, and for sure some fitness training. But I have to be honest, I'm not a super fit guy, but I feel good on the bike. This is the most important. I think Sugo will be nice for me. I like the layout so far as I see on onboard, but I've never been here, so I have to learn very quickly. And I think together with the team we can be competitive. But first of all I have to say the layout is nice, and I think we can do good here. have to be honest, if I close the visor, for me the stress is gone. I feel free. On the bike it's the most or the nicest part of the job. So until there is more stressful than on the bike for me. I work a lot in my garage on two-stroke bikes. So I build exhaust pipes, working on cylinders, and do a lot for work for customers. So this is my hobby and also my second, yeah. Hallo deutsche Fans, schaltet ein zu uns auf ASEAN. Wir sind in Sugo, dritter Lauf zur asiatischen Meisterschaft. Ich gebe Vollgas, bis bald.
From last year, I was learned a lot because in 2020, I completely stopped and try to rest and try to go again on the bike. So little bit struggle last year that I still need to find the balance between me and bike, and in some circuit I can go quite positive, but at the same time in the different circuit I go not quite positive. So the last year I learned a lot more about the riding and understand the bike, the circuit, and try to be smooth on the bike. And for this year, I changed. I think I changed a lot compared to last year. So basically, I changed on my mind and try to be calm and don't go like too much on the limit. So when I manage this thing, and from start the season in the pre-season test was quite positive, and then also in the race first round was quite positive also in Sepang. So I'm quite happy with myself. Also I do some training at home with the gym and running and some cycling. So this thing helped me a lot. Yes, I think not only us want to win. I think all the riders want to win the race. So like always, I always try my best, and let's see what can I do. So for me it's more like you know, when something didn't work, it's quite difficult, but everything go quite positive, and everything going to be easy. So for me, I just try my best. If I cannot win, so I think we have a lot of round to try again. So this circuit for me, I think is quite technical, because have a lot of chicane corner and also small curve. And last year I was quite struggle a lot, and I didn't find my pace, and I didn't find the best lap time here. So basically we have a test here last month, I think, and it's quite positive. Also I improved a lot compared than last year, and that is very positive to start the weekend here.
My challenge in RRC is I have new bike and some new circuit for me, and new team also. My experience in Asia Talent Cup, some circuit like Sepang, I race in Sepang, and in RRC I race again in Sepang. Yes, I think yes, I can quick learner in new circuit. The bike is different and but AP250 I can practice in home with this bike, and I can more quickly adaptation with. I just doing like normal rider. I just practice bike practice and sometimes motocross or flat track. Yes, I so excited for this circuit because Suko have uphill and downhill, so very technical like Sepang have speed, corner speed. Yes, I think I will try tomorrow. Ya, jangan lupa tonton saya besok balapan di minggu ini di Suko, dan dukung saya dan juga teman-teman saya di balapan minggu ini.
Ada pertama kali saya race di Sepang, race 1 agak fight daripada first and 24 dan banyak yang fighting bertukar-tukar daripada race 1 tu, dan ada satu kejadian jatuh besar di last turn dan saya pun sekali jatuh. So saya saya naikkan motor juga untuk finishkan nombor 10. Dan pada race 2 saya fikir macam mana untuk menaiki podium, dan mungkin ialah rezeki saya dapat menaiki podium nombor 1, dan banyak juga strategi saya cuba buat, dan mekanik pun dah membuatkan saya gameplay yang baik dan ramai sokongan tim, dan saya terima kasihlah pada mekanik. Strategi saya selalunya saya akan tengok balik pada YouTube race yang lepas pada tahun lepas, dan kita tak boleh tengok yang sama strategi yang sama, so kita kena fikir rider ni macam mana gaya dia bawa dan macam mana kita akan overtake dia the last corner, dan banyak kita akan strategi untuk study untuk rider by rider bawa. So ada pun fight yang paling orang kata big fight lah. Kita tak tahu siapa yang menang, nombor 1 atau nombor last. Kemungkinan nombor last pun boleh jadi nombor 1, yang nombor 1 boleh jadi nombor last. So bagi saya, kita kena fikir macam mana untuk nak keluar lagi 2 lap nak habis tu. Keluar kelompok yang untuk pergi ke nombor utama. Itulah. Dan strategi saya bukan saya je, tapi mungkin saya punya motor pun kena strong juga untuk boleh pergi saya untuk menaiki podium.
The biggest difference is for me is the layout of track, because Sepang is my home ground, so maybe it's similar for me to racing there. And yeah, for me Sepang is one of my favorite tracks, so it's more easy for me to keep up the other rider with my favorite track, and it's easy for me also to set up the bike. Compared to AP250 bike that I rode before, I think the bike is more stable, and what I like the most is the top of the bike, the power. Is more powerful than AP250 bike, maybe because it uses a single cylinder and it's more cc on the bike. And other than that, I think maybe the grip, the bike grip level is really good, and yeah, I think the biggest difference is the stability of the bike. Hai, kepada orang Malaysia, Jangan lupa support saya dan Ramdan Rosli juga yang berlumba di TVS One Make Challenge di pusingan 3 di Japan pada minggu ni. So jangan lupa support juga rider yang lain, tim-tim Malaysia yang lain. So kita orang harapkan sokongan korang, tak kira lah dekat mana pun korang berada. Janji korang always support kita orang di media sosial ke apa ke. And yeah, jangan lupa saksikan kami berlumba pada minggu ni.
Yeah, my last month I joined the All Japan Road Race. So practice was good feeling, but so race and temperature is very up, yeah, very hot. So very difficult race, yeah. But this race, so I will do my best. Yeah, I want to get the podium. Yeah, thank you.
初めてです。日本の、日本ラウンドに出ることがかなりすごく光栄で、日本のファンの皆の前でレースできることがすごく嬉しいし、いい結果で終われたらいいなと思います。やっぱり家族も、スポンサーもの皆さんも見てるので、みんなが楽しいレースができるよう頑張ります。多分 YouTube でレースを見てくれてると思うので、表彰台に乗れるように頑張ります。
Yes, last month I could get the podium, fourth and first in All Japan Championship Sugo. That time I have a good feeling and good pace and good one lap time. But yeah, this race very different because All Japan use Bridgestone tire, but here Dunlop slick tire. It's for me first time, but I'm very exciting this round. I know this track, I like this track, so yes, I will do my best, but I don't know, but I try.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the round 2 race. Actually, I want to my aim is want to win the race in this round 2, but yeah, I feel not so good in the bike also. Yeah, quite struggle in the race, and yeah, when I saw in the race we have a lot of battle P2 because Marcus is so fast in the race, so we cannot fight with the pace. But when I saw we better in the P2 and yeah, quite aggressive, and actually I also surprised. This time I never try more aggressive than before, but yeah, this is racing. Sometimes we too adrenaline, how to say, but I'm too excited to give the fight. And yeah, when I saw Haruki and Azdan was big fight, and I try. Yeah, difficult to say, but sometimes it's a big sometimes a little touch. Yeah, I hope yeah, we have a good I don't know how to say. Yeah, we have good competitor, and hopefully we try our best. For sure, for our team, we want to try our best for make a good result, and yeah, this racing. It was not my favorite track actually, and a difficult track for me because this I think most technical track because always short straight and many lap many corner, and in difficult corner is the last last turn is quite difficult, but when I have last time I raced in the All Japan, we have improved a lot, and I have a good feeling with this track, and hopefully this race, Asia Road Racing, I have I think I have more confidence than before. Hopefully we have a good feeling.
I started a new challenge for this season because I'm the retired from last year, but I watched in the 2 rounds the other rider, and so everyone very fast. But I think I can move. I can fighting with him, with them. So I'm so happy to back into this place. And yeah, of course, everyone the big rival for me, but especially the Zakwan and the Azram, because they were long time rival for me, and especially Zakwan. Zakwan and Azram, and friend, the big friend for me, but the big rival on the track. So I'm looking forward to the fighting with them.
Yeah, this year it's been an amazing year because I get to use the new model. It's an M-Spec, so the bike is completely different feeling with the old bike, and yeah, he helps me a lot this year, and I start to enjoy the bike, and the race also was fun, and I get to fight with everybody and give them a really good fight for the podium, and yeah, I think this year is going to be a great year for me. I've been to this circuit, I think, a few times already. I've been racing in All Japan. So yeah, it's technical, and for me it's fun. Just I need to have a good setup, and it will be fun.
Yes, I raced in ORBIC Superbike. In ORBIC Superbike, there is only Thai rider, but ARC, there are many nationality and many competitive riders. It was a first time to me to race ASB 1000 in ARC at Sepang, and I need to learn how to riding in the new track with 1000 as fast as possible. In Sugar circuit, there are many types of corner, and I will try to adjust my riding style to what to match with this track.
During race 2, we fight together again like race 1, but only I didn't manage to finish the race because of the tire was blown out. After that, I talked to my mechanic and also Dunlop people. They also don't know why the tire exploded. So I think maybe the answer is just no luck to me. I had to accept the race. But of course my teammate Kip and also help me, because we 3 of us are very strong since Thailand and also Sepang. So I think we continue the result and also maintaining the position until finishing of the season. So I think Kip is one of the strongest rider in this year, I think.
Yes, we are in the 600 super sport class this year, and the level was same like ISB 1000 and also the competitor, but I still difficult to find the setting with the bike and also adaptation, because with the 1000 will more stop in the corner, but with the 600 need speed in the corner, so I still try to best for in the 600 class. Yes, I try this year adaptation in the cornering speed with the 600 super sport, and I try more physical because with the 600 also quite heavy bike, and I will more training.
Yeah, my advantage is I still not too fast to understand the 600 class, but I always try. And the disadvantage is it's nice for me to move to 600, so I will try to keep fast in 600 class. Last year I have a bad memory here. In race 1, my team make a mistake, use dry tire in wet condition, and also the result is not good. And in race 2, I have a battle with Honda and Yamaha, but I know I have podium here. But of course, it make me motivation to have a podium here with Yamaha Indonesia.
Hello everybody, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu, o genki desu ka, minasan. Welcome to round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We have qualifiers all morning, but this morning we are starting the TVS first. Race 1 starts at 12:30 p.m. Stay tuned with us for some more stunning action in the Asian Superbikes Championship, brought to you by IDEMITSU. Barry, I'm going to leave it to you to start the TVS qualifiers now.
Many thanks, Yulina, and greetings to all our friends joining us on live stream on YouTube and Facebook. This, of course, is round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's Saturday, and that means it's qualifying in the morning and racing in the afternoon. Let's have a look at this stunning circuit set in the mountains of Miyagi. As you can see, including the chicane, 14 turns here. There's gradient change of 70 meters, elevation change of 70 meters, so you've got blind corners, blind crests. It's a real challenging circuit that the bravest riders really love, and we saw some fantastic action yesterday in the free practice sessions that we had, as we normally do on Friday. First up today of the qualifying sessions will be TVS Asia 1 make. TVS Asia 1 make goes in 2 sessions, 1A and 1B, which works kind of like MotoGP qualifying, so taking the free practice times. The slower riders go in the 1A session, and 2 of them go through into 1B, and that determines the first 8 qualifying positions. As we just look around this gorgeous circuit, we're in Miyagi Prefecture in the northeast of Japan, and at this time of year, the weather can be risky. The track conditions here, we had quite a lot of rain overnight, so there's a lot of damp patches on the track. I'm guessing these riders are going to go out on slicks and find themselves a dry line. So it'll be for the first 1A qualifiers to go out and test the track conditions. Track conditions caught a lot of people out yesterday. We did have quite a number of crashes. We just looked there at the Japanese wildcard, Miyu Nakahara, getting ready to go out. She was 8th in qualifying yesterday, so she'll be looking to move up into qualifying 1B. And there you can see combined practice times fastest, and definitely the man of the day and the man of the class yesterday was Hiroki Ono, who set a new lap record. This is almost 5 seconds faster than we saw last year. I'll talk about the reasons why that was such a big drop in lap times a little later. But we saw great qualifying free practice action yesterday. And there is the big boss of the circuit, Mr. Endo, anticipating the start of proceedings here. And indeed the mayor will be coming here later today. So this attracting a lot of local attention as well as a lot of international attention around the world. As we count down towards the time, pit lane is open. This is just a brief 10-minute session, so not many opportunities for riders to get really good lap times in. So they're going to have to be really focused, and the conditions as they go out are tricky. So they're going to need to be careful as well and just try and get themselves into the top 2 so that they can go through and shoot for better qualifying positions in the second session. So as they go out, you'll be able to take a look for yourself for the track conditions. I was out by the start line about an hour ago, and the track was still very wet at that point. There's still puddles in the paddock. As we look here, as the riders exit pit lane, track conditions look okay, and all the riders going out on slicks. Speaking of which, there's Tayo Saito, who's sitting out this session. Tayo Saito had a crash yesterday together with Piawat Patumios, and it looks like possibly a wrist injury there for Tayo Saito. But as you can see, he's very young, so hopefully that will heal up fast. There's Dunlop tyre technician, that's Sal talking with one of the senior TVS guys. You can see damp on the circuit there. It's not on the racing line. The riders go around it, but it is for these riders now to test the conditions and start to form a racing line. You can see they're just picking their way around, modifying the racing line slightly to avoid those damp patches. This as they come towards the end of the outlap. And we're just going to go down to Yulina, who's got some news for us in pit lane.
everybody. I'm standing right here with Vorapong, one of the TVS One Big Championship riders. And you can hear that they're out now in the qualifiers, but Vorapong is here with me. So Vorapong, you were 5th yesterday in combined practice, but did you struggle with the weather conditions? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yesterday is not easy today. Not easy for me. It's a difficult day for me because I try a lot, but the lap time is not improved. And Ono-san is very strong and have some decky and okay. And Malaysia rider is okay, similar my lap time, but Ono is breakaway for 2 seconds for me. Today I try again, and because today is track is different condition, is maybe make me try more better yesterday.
So will you be confident enough to try out later on?
Yeah, this like use the technique too much, and for sure is Japan rider more stronger because it's many times to riding here. But okay, this is don't worry.
Right, okay. Thank you so much and good luck for today. Right, that's it from Vorapong for today, guys. We'll send it back to Barry in the studio.
Good to hear there from Vorapong, the defending champion and championship leader, coming into this round 3 at Sugo. And yeah, as he said, he didn't really have an answer for Hiroki Ono yesterday, who scampered away, seems to have found a shortcut somewhere on the circuit, because that 2-second advantage he had seemed to be unassailable. In mixed conditions, then the experience of Vorapong could even things out a bit, although Hiroki Ono also a very, very experienced and clever rider and really knows the secrets of Sugo. However, we're looking at the slower qualifiers from yesterday. They've just completed their first flying lap, and it was Fugo Tanaka who set the best time at 1:44.362. We're just going to have one more interview before we come back to the on-track action. Right, we're going to Yulina now.
Right, hello everyone. We've just walked over to Tayo Saito right here, and he's missed out on the qualifiers, and he has his hand in a little cast right now. Can you tell us what happened? Yeah. 何が問題ですか？
日本の筑波サーキットで、転倒してしまい、骨折をしてしまいました。今回日本のレースだったので出たかったんですけど、出れなくて断念です。
I hope that you are feeling better and I hope you recover. Ganbatte yo. Okay, let's hope for better things today. I'll leave it back to you in the studio, Barry. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, a great shame that we're not seeing Tayo Saito. There's a mix of riders in this TVS Asia One Make Championship. There are some really experienced riders who are showing the way and bringing some depth to the series. And there are also some rising stars, and Tayo Saito is definitely one of those. So it's unfortunate that he's out with that wrist injury. Fastest on track though, and it's no surprise, is Fugo Tanaka. Tanaka finished in P3 in both races here last year, and he was surprisingly down the order yesterday. So I was expecting to see him at the top of the timing screen in this qualifying 1A session this morning. And there he is, the number 3, Fugo Tanaka. So we can expect him to continue on his way. Best lap 1:42.194. Now in mixed track conditions, that's really fast. That's close to the dry lap record from last year, which was 1:41.903. So they're all in mixed conditions. They're almost on the fastest pace that we saw here from Hiroki Ono at Sugo in August for round 3 last year. Going through at the back there was Darren Pog Tongyoi, one of the Thai riders here. At the bottom of the order currently is Piawat Patumyos. He was involved in a crash that also took out Tayo Saito, and I'm not sure about his condition, but his best lap, and I think he's only completed one flying lap, was a 146, so he's down at the bottom of the order at the moment. So the two riders provisionally going through to qualifying 1B are Fugo Tanaka and Darren Tongyoi. Another lap about to be completed, so let's see what that does to the order. And Keiwei Ahmed has moved up into second. Fugo Tanaka hasn't crossed the line yet, but Keiwei Ahmed has come into second, and Miu Nakahara has jumped up into P3. So she's making a bid for entry into qualifying 1B. There is just 2 minutes remaining. That's the number 4 there, Keiwei Ahmed. Be good to see an Indian rider go through to qualifying 1B. There he is. All the riders running clear visors in these murky conditions. The forecast says cloudy for the morning, with the possibility of some rain after 4 p.m. But we're here in the mountains. It has a very unique microclimate here, so it's very, very difficult to predict. Number 17 there on your screen is Miu Nakahara, currently in P3. Can she do something about that? The next time she crosses the line, she will complete this lap and, like the others, have one more flying lap in this brief 10-minute qualifying session. Everything to play for. It's got Keiwei Ahmed behind her. So these are the two fighting it out for the second spot in qualifying 1B. You see the water there on the track. It doesn't matter there if that's on the home straight. As they come up the hill. Fugo Tanaka stretched his advantage at the front. He's done a best lap of 141.662, which is faster than last year's lap record. So great work from Fugo Tanaka. Keiwei Ahmed consolidates his P2. He's got to within 0.3 of a second of Fugo, and Miu Nakahara is 3/10 behind him. Darren Tongyoi is currently 4th, 5th Jagan Kumar, 6th Kerwin Chang. Piawat has come up into 7th. We know that he's got more in him than that, so he might be riding with some kind of injury. And Chirant Vishwanath is in P8, his best time 145.264. So I must stress the challenge that these first riders out on circuit have faced because of the mixed track conditions, a lot of overnight rain here. As it stands, with one flying lap remaining, because the checkered flag is out now, Fugo Tanaka and Keiwei Ahmed are going through to qualifying 1B to shoot out for the top 8 grid positions. Keiwei there tracking Miu Nakahara as they go through the chicane for the final time. They'll pass the checkered flag this time. There's 0.3 of a second between them. Miu Nakahara gets a good drag up the hill. She doesn't weigh a whole lot, so that might be an advantage for her. So she crosses the line. Darren Tongyoi has gone up into P2. Keiwei Ahmed dropped down to P3. Miu Nakahara finishes the session 4th on the timing screen, just ahead of Jagan Kumar, Kerwin Chang, Piawat and Chirant Vishwanath. So we'll confirm those results shortly, and the qualifying 1B will come out very soon after that. So Fugo Tanaka, who really should have been in 1B yesterday, I don't know what his problem was during free practice, but he came through, as you might expect, with a really good time, 141.662. Darren Pobb, the Thai rider, 142.559, just 2/10, sorry, 141.761, just 2/10 behind Tanaka. Keiwei Ahmed, 142.024. So now we know what the track looks like. There's pretty much a dry racing line. and where there is a bit of water left on the track, it's on the straight where it won't cause any problems. The sky is definitely brightening. It's brighter than it was an hour ago when I took a look around and a walk around. But let's take a look now as we look over the lush forests of Miyagi Prefecture. Let's take a look at those results for qualifying 1A. And there he is, Fugo Tanaka, 141.531 to top the session and go through to 1B. Joining him is Taranpop Tongyoi. KY Ahmed was third, good performance from him. Mew Nakahara looking strong too, 142.3. Jagan Kumar just behind her. Kuin Chang on a 142.8. Piawat Patumios, the Thai rider, struggling perhaps a little bit. And Chirant Vishwanath on a 143.579 was in P8. So the fastest two riders, Tanaka and Darren Pobb, are going to need to get themselves ready for qualifying 1B, which will be starting in just a few minutes. So we're going to take a short break and then come back to you for the shootout for the top places on the TVS Asia one-make grid. So stay with us for some hot qualifying action.
Right, let's talk to Fugo Tanaka, who just aced the 1A qualifiers for the TBS Championship. Kimu wa do desu ka?
Not bad. And this week and the practice is so bad condition, machine trouble, and my feeling was not good. But yesterday I talked about machine with my mechanics, and I could get a good feeling and a good machine. But this is Q1, so next Q2 I will get first position, right?
All right, thank you so much. Good luck for today. Right, guys, we're going to go next again into the other qualifiers for the TBS. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Sugo International Circuit. You are with us live for qualifying this morning for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And what you're looking at now is the second qualifying session for TVS Asia One Make. And these riders that on your screen now will be shooting out over the next 9 minutes for the top 8 places on the grid. So a lot to play for here. Track conditions are mixed. We've just completed qualifying 1A, from which the fastest 2 riders, Fugo Tanaka and Darren Pob Tongyoi, elevated themselves into this second session for the fastest 8. Now, Darren Pob and Fugo Tanaka have the advantage of having been out on the circuit already. The conditions are mixed here. There is pretty much a dry racing line, although times were down a few seconds from yesterday. And you can see there for yourself the damp patches here and there on the circuit, but there's not much on the dry line. So it'll be interesting to see in this one, where we have the fastest riders, how their times compared with yesterday. And there were some really fast times put in yesterday, particularly by the number 16 bike, who we'll no doubt see in a minute. There he is at the front, Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono set a new lap record. There were several reasons for that. One is Hiroki Ono. He's an extremely quick, experienced rider who knows his way around Sugo probably better than anyone else in this field. The other reasons are a new exhaust system on the TVS RR310 Apache, and the fact that these bikes are running this year for the first time on slick tyres. So we expected lap times to come down, but they came down by around 3 to 4 seconds. So at the front of there is Hiroki Ono. Behind him is the number 1 championship leader, Orapong Malahuan, and defending champion indeed. He had no answer for Hiroki Ono yesterday and ended up 5th on combined free practice times. But in mixed conditions, those would favour a rider of the experience and quality of Orapong. And we're going to go down to the pits now, where Yulina is talking to Miyu Nakahara.
Right, everybody, the qualifiers 1B is out right now, and I'm standing with Miyu Nakahara, one of the female riders in the TVS One Make Race Championship. So, Miyu-san, 今年はどこでレースしますか？
今年は全日本閉催の JP250 っていうクラスに出てます。
I have one more question for you, so sorry. 今日のパフォーマンスについてどう思いますか？
今日の予選でいいんですか？予選はとりあえず41秒出したかったんですけど、なかなか10分しかなかったので、そこまでタイム上げられなくて、あと4番手で終わっちゃったので、総合だと多分9番手ぐらいになってるので、あとは決勝もうちょっと頑張ってみます。
Good luck and thank you. 頑張って、yeah, thank you. Right, that's all we have for today. In this pit right now, back to Barry.
Good to hear from Miyu Nakahara, one of 5 female riders in the ARRC lineup across all classes this weekend. We have another 4 in AP250. Now the riders have got a flying lap in, and fastest through the first flying lap was Dekiciano Aldi, who was impressive all the way through free practice yesterday. He ended up 2nd on combined times. Dekiciano, the young Indonesian, chasing the more experienced Hiroki Ono. He was just under a second off Hiroki Ono's time, but it was an impressive performance from the Indonesian, because Ono was so imperious that it really was a case of who would be the best of the rest, and the best of the rest was the rider on your screen now, Dekiciano Aldi. His best lap yesterday was 1:38.682. and he began this session with a 1:40.857. So the damp looking conditions out there not really affecting lap times too much. That was his first flying lap. He's coming around the chicane now and will blast that TVS Apache up the hill towards the finish line and complete his second flying lap. So let's see how that turns out. Second quickest first time around was Fugo Tanaka, who won the qualifying 1A session just now. And Deki goes fastest with a 1:39.636. So it's fair to say the conditions are not affecting the lap times. And there goes Deki, number 2. Also second in the championship standings last year. One of the young riders here. There are two distinct groups of riders. They're the more experienced ones we haven't seen on screen yet, like Muzakir Mohammed and Ramdan Rosli, and Piwat Patumios, who I think is riding injured. We saw him in qualifying 1A, but that didn't go so well for him. There's the number 10, that is Ramdan Rosli. So you can expect him to move up from the current 8th position he's occupying on the timing screen. And Hiroki Ono just moving ahead there of Darren Pobb on track. There goes Vorapong. So far he is 5th fastest, which is where he ended up yesterday on combined times. But all these riders pulling the pin now. That's Arshad Rushdi, who had a good day yesterday. He was 6th on combined times, best time of 1:41.23. Best time today, so far, 1:42.5. There are 3 riders in the 1:39s now. Hiroki Ono, 1:39.251, ahead of Muzakir Mohammed and Deki Tiano Aldi. Fugo Tanaka, an early leader, is back in 4th now, Vorapong 5th. We ride there with Arshad Rushdi. And there is Hiroki Ono. He's done it again, 1:37.772. That's quicker than his lap record-breaking time yesterday, so we have a new lap record in what really looked like damp conditions from the Japanese rider Hiroki Ono. Last season he took pole position. It looks like he's going to do it as well this time. And he took a P1 and a P2 in the races last year, just pipped in race 2 by Vorapong. It really was a thrilling battle. So the riders slowing down now. There is just 1 minute remaining on the clock, so if they're slowing down now, they're not going to make any improvements on lap time. So the provisional pole and the most likely pole, if you're a betting person, is Hiroki Ono. Muzakir Mohammed provisionally in P2, and Deki Tiano Aldi, the impressive young Indonesian, in P3 and provisionally on the outside of the front row. Ramdan Rosli currently 4th, Fugo Tanaka 5th, Vorapong Malawan now 6th. There is Hiroki Ono. He's trundling. So he's done what he needs to do. He's got a 1.6 second advantage at the top, so he doesn't need to prove anything else. And it looks like there will be no... Let's see if these riders cross the line before the checkered flag comes out. There's just 8 seconds remaining. There goes Hiroki Ono, who's just made it. All these riders have just made it. So there is Ono. Deki remains in 2nd, Muzakir remains in 3rd. So everything is on this final flying lap for the main contenders here on your screen. That's Muzakir, number 11. 2 Malaysians. Number 10 is Ramdan Rosli. Number 11, Muzakir. Muzakir has got Vorapong behind him. Vorapong qualified 2nd last year, currently down in 6th. But he's in the bunch that are tracking Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono's got Muzakir behind him, then Vorapong, then Ramdan Rosley. Vorapong taking a wide line, trying to get a fast exit through that right-hander. And he'll be looking to get any advantage he can. He doesn't need to worry about a rider coming up behind him. What he probably rather needs to worry about now as they get into the chicane is what the riders in front of him do. But they're coming through the chicane nice and clean, led by Hiroki Ono. Muzakir behind him, Vorapong behind him. All eyes now on the timing screen to see whether any of the top riders will change. Hiroki Ono across the line. Deki Chono hasn't crossed the line yet, but Muzakir remains in 3rd. As they start their slowing down lap. So it does look very much like the front row will be Hiroki Ono, Deki Chono Aldi and Muzakir Mohammed. Ramdan Rosley, Fugo Tanaka and Vorapong will complete the 2nd row. Arshad Rushdi and Darren Pobb complete the top 8 qualifiers for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, which will be the first race up this afternoon. But before that, we have lots of qualifying action. Next out will be the ASB 1000s, but before that happens, let's confirm those results for qualifying 1B for TVS Asia One Make. Hiroki Ono 137.772, another lap record for this class. Deki Chono Aldi, a strong 2nd place. 3rd Muzakir Mohammed, 4th Ramdan Rosley, 5th Fugo Tanaka, 6th Vorapong Malahuan, 7th Arshad Rushdi, and 8th Darren Pobb Tong Yoi. Those were the 8 qualifiers there. There will be more riders on the grid, so we'll show you the grid later when we get to the race early this afternoon. And to confirm, that will be at 12:35 when the racing starts with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. It was a breathtaking contest last year, and it should be again as the rest of the field tries to do something to stop Hiroki Ono running away. So that's it for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We've determined the first 8 places. Coming up next is the qualifying session. I beg your pardon, coming up next is a warm-up session for the Underbone 150s, and that is ahead of their Super Pole shootout. So there will be a 10-minute warm-up for the Underbone 150s. So there is Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono takes pole. The marshals here, as ever, doing a fabulous job. Keep the track clean. Keep everything as safe as it possibly can be. There, as we pan out and look at the start-finish straight, you can see the evidence of last night's fairly heavy rain, or consistent rain anyway. So in just a few minutes' time, you'll be hearing the bark of the Underbone 150 class. But we will take a short break and be back with you at 9 o'clock, which is in 5 minutes from now. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you with some more action from the Underbone 150s.
Right, I'm over here with Hiroki, and he's just had a flying lap over there in the qualifiers for TVS. So, you just did another lap record at 137.772. Last year, you were also pole at Sugo. How are you feeling?
So this morning qualifying, so track condition not perfect, but I try to push, then I make a new record. I'm very happy. And for the race, maybe fighting for other rider, but I keep the concentration and enjoy the race.
Right. Congratulations and thank you so much, Hiroki-san. Good luck. All right. All right. There we have it for the TVS. Guys, we are going to go and look at the underbones in just a bit, but we also have the Asian Food Festival. Stay tuned for the FIM IDEMITSU Road Racing Championship in Asia. Brought to you by IDEMITSU.
Welcome back to Sugo International Circuit. You're with us live for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And as you can see, the Underbone 150s are coming out on track. And this is a short 10-minute warm-up session because these bikes will be out for the big qualifying event for Underbone 150s, which is the Super Pole contest, which will be coming up later this morning. But they need to get out and have a warm-up, bed in any changes, new brake pads, whatever, any other changes that they've made to the suspension or setup or engine mapping. They can test that out in the warm-up and also just shake out a few nerves before they get out on track, because Super Pole is a nerve-wracking part of the process for these Underbone riders. Based on qualifying yesterday, the first 15 go through to Super Pole, and they will go out at 20-second intervals, so they'll be alone on the circuit. And the lap times that they record will determine the top 15 grid positions. It's a fascinating part of the program, and it's done for Underbones specifically because there's such an advantage to be gained by slipstreaming with these small bikes that you take away the all the external factors, and it's just about the rider and the bike and the track for Super Pole. So warm-up lap here, out lap for these guys. Right, we're going to go down to Yelena, who's going to show us the Asian Food Festival, which is on this weekend.
Morning all, we've just walked over to the Asian Food Fest right here, and let's just have a quick look what's on the menu. We have some motorcycle
Okay, a little problem there with the broadcast. So back to the track action, and the riders getting straight into it. There are the full grid is on track. The top 15 will be appearing again in the Super Pole later this morning. So there at the front, going through at the front just then was number 38, Wamanwelo. Wamanwelo is the championship leader coming into round 3. The Indonesian in the series for the full time, for the first time this season, and he's really got into it. On the middle of your screen there, leading that bunch, is John Emerson Ingito, just being passed by Wamanwelo indeed. But as I was saying before we broke briefly, this is a warm-up session, 10 minutes. There's just 6 minutes of that remaining in order for these riders to get used to the circuit, check any setup changes, and just shake out a few anticipatory nerves. And the news from yesterday was, as we've seen for, I do believe, all classes, we saw a new lap record yesterday, and that was set by Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin, and that was the best time of 1:46.776, which compared with qualifying time last year. Oh, I'm sorry, no, he set that earlier. He was down, he was a little quicker than that. I'm looking at the qualifying times, but his qualifying time, winning qualifying time, was 1:46.766 for Nazarov. The new lap record was set earlier in the day by Murabil Vitoni in a free practice session, and it is Murabil Vitoni who jumps to the top in this short warm-up session with the best lap of 1:47.048, so very close to the best times we saw yesterday, very early in the morning. And going through there was Giancarlo Maurizio, number 27, together with Haziq Farouz for Uma Racing Malaysia. Giancarlo had a crash yesterday, and we're just looking to see if there's anybody else missing. April King Moscardo is missing after yesterday. But there is Haziq Farouz leading Giancarlo Maurizio. That's Malaysian Uma and Philippine Uma. And there is the fastest qualifier, looking aggressive on the bike as he always does. Nazrul Izzat out on his own on the circuit, which is a good idea because he'll be out on his own when it comes to Superpole a little bit later. Very aggressive on the bike, Nazrul. He's quite big framed for an underbone rider. Quite tall, so he needs to tuck himself in as tightly as he can. But his top speeds show that he does that pretty effectively. Doesn't appear to be a disadvantage for the Malaysian. Murabul Vitoni, the Indonesian riding for LFN, is at the top, and he's got a 1:45.624 in this warm-up session. So that is another new lap record for this class. The times really are tumbling. The conditions are cool, and the riders are obviously enjoying that. It's working with the Moto3 slicks that these machines run on, as Nazrul blasts through the mist, although I think actually the mist is on the camera rather than on the circuit. There he is. He looks like a winner in this warm-up session early in the day. His time, though, puts him further back down. So April King on your screen there, unfortunately, has not been past fit to race after a tumble yesterday. So that's a shame for the Filipino, who's been hitting some good form since joining the series last year. So sorry to see April King sitting this out, but he will be willing his fellow Filipinos on today. Giancarlo Maurizio, John Emerson Ingito, to name two of them, and two really strong contenders. Gupita Krishna currently second on the timing screens, but 1.7 adrift from that stunning time done once again by Murabul Vitoni. And if you were with us for free practice and qualifying yesterday, I will have mentioned that Murabul Vitoni we've known that he's fast since the very beginning of 2022 season. What we're starting to see now is evidence that he's going to be able to put good races together and therefore a good championship performance. We have just a minute or so remaining of this session. Most of the riders running together. Interesting that Nazrul chose to do a bit of a dress rehearsal for Super Bowl by circulating on his own. Number 23 at the front there is Gupita Krishna. Number 22, John Emerson Ingito. Both also went really well yesterday. And currently, Wayu Aji Trilaksana is third fastest with a 1:46.737. So apart from Murabul Vitoni's outstanding lap, most of the other riders are quite closely bunched together in the 46s and 47s. That's Shafiq Rasol going through there. Watch out for that, the pink number on the front of the green 1XOX TKKR machine. Okay, that's enough for some of those riders. So they're coming in, not bothering to cross the checkered flag one more time, as they would have been entitled to. But they've seen enough, and they're going to save themselves for Super Pole, which will be coming up a little later. So Murabul Vitoni untouchable in this session, 1:45.624. Another new lap record. The previous lap record holder was himself. So an emphatic performance there for Murabul, and it will be really fascinating to see whether he can do it in Superpole. Gupita Krishna was second, Wayuaji Trilaksana. Four Underbone championships between those two apiece. Izzat Zaidi fourth, Haziq Farouz fifth. Giancarlo Maurizio, best of the Filipinos, in sixth. Ravisa Rofa seventh, and we'll run through the finishing order in just a moment. Things looking a lot brighter on that shot, looking across the circuit. We had overnight rain that seems to be drying out, or drying out where it matters on the circuit. And although there is some rain forecast this afternoon, anything can happen when it comes to weather at Sugo, particularly at this time of year, which is known as typhoon season. And we've certainly experienced a little bit of that last year here at Sugo. We were here in August, and back in 2019, the previous time we'd been in Japan, and went to Suzuka, we had a 2-hour delay as the event was lashed by a typhoon. So that completes the warm-up session. So we look forward to coming back to see what the first 15 will be in the Superpole session a little later this morning. So let's just confirm the results now. That was just a warm-up session, just to emphasize. Superpole will be coming up at 10:40 local time, and here are the results, and there he is again at the top. Murabul Vitoni, 1:45.624, new lap record for him. Second, Gupita Krishna. Third, Wayuaji Trilaksana. Fourth, Izzat Zaidi. Fifth, Haziq Farouz. Sixth, Giancarlo Maurizio. Seventh, Hafisa Rofa for 1XOX TKKR. And wildcard, Fahmi Bassam in P8. Plenty more to look at. Ninth was championship leader Wabonwelo. 10th, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng. Good to see him back for Team One for All. Dimash Juliat Moko, 11th. Ahmad Fazli Shan, 12th. 13th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. 14th, Nazarul Izzat. 15th, Haziq Hamdan. And there's more. Shafiq Rasol was 16th for 1XOX TKKR. Pascal San Luang, Team One for All, was 17th. 18th, Nguyen Antoine. 19th, John Emerson Inguito. 20th, Cheryl Shazras. 21st, Pacharagon Tonga Long. And 22nd, Ismail Iqmal. 23rd was Arash Tsunami Kamaruddin. Wildcard for Cardinals. 24th, Nguyen Hutri, and no time for the injured April King Moscado. We wish him a speedy recovery. So just Thanks for staying with us and welcome back to round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You're joining us live for the beginning of the qualifying session for the AP 250s, the Age of Production 250 class. A 30-minute session for the 24 bikes involved. Includes 4 female riders in this category, which is good to see the growing participation of women in this class. And just going out there is one of them, indeed, number 44 on the back of her helmet. That's Muqtada Serapuch, who was 3rd on combined practice times yesterday. She was going out with her teammate, Chakrapat Putisan. So you will see a lot of blue, a lot of red, a lot of green, and some white and purple on track. Number 24 there is a wild card, Yoshihiro Toyohara. And at the front there, number 46 is Herjun Atner for Astra Honda. Rising star, very much so in this class. And he was further down than you might have expected yesterday in 5th, which says a lot about his ability. But last year he qualified well and picked up a podium in race 2, finished 3rd in race 2. There is another of the fast riders from yesterday, Aiki Iyoshi, going through the chicane, number 37 on the green, Moto Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. And just going through there was number 1, 2, 3, that's Reza Danica Arens, who set one of many new lap records for ARRC at Sugo yesterday. He did a best time of 1:39.764, which was an improvement of about a second and a half on the previous lap record from last year. A big part of the difference can be explained by the fact that the AP 250s are running on slick tyres this year, whereas last year they were running on hybrid road race tyres. But a really quick performance from Reza Danica, despite the fact that he's running with an equalizer rev cut of 500 RPM. And what I mean by that is that after round 1, he found himself more than 25 points ahead of the rider 6th in the standings. And that triggered an automatic cut to his maximum rev limit of 500 RPM. But with some skillful mapping by Astra Honda and some very skillful riding by the former champion, he was a 2018 AP 250 champion, that 500 rev cut doesn't seem to have made a whole lot of difference. Going through on your screen there, the pink helmet on the Kawasaki was Irfan Ardiancia. Number 16, he's followed by his teammate Aiki Iyoshi, who was 7th yesterday. His best time was 1:40.488. So these two teammates running together. And on the screen there, the number 79 bike belongs to Toshiki Senda, he's running for SDG Hark Pro as a wild card alongside Chihiro Ishii, the regular rider for SDG and one of the 4 female riders in this category. No doubt we'll have a look at her a little later in this session. She looked confident and fairly aggressive on the bike yesterday, Chihiro Ishii. And now we have, once again, Herjun has jumped to the top. We know he's quick round here. He had a quiet day by his standards yesterday, but a new lap record, 1:39.719 for Herjun Atner Firdaus. Congratulations to him. How long will he hold it for, as we are only 5 minutes into this qualifying session? Who knows? But there is Toshiki Senda. Toshiki was 10th yesterday. Good performance from him with 140.976. And there is Herjan Atner, the new lap record holder for this Sugo International Circuit. As you can see, there's some considerable elevation changes. There's 70 meters between the highest and lowest points on the circuit, and that enabled the track designers way back when to build in lots of fun for the riders as one of the riders goes off. Braking for turn 1 is tricky. It's downhill, and turn 1 is a sharp 90-degree right-hander. So braking downhill carries heavy penalties if you get it wrong. But here's one rider not getting it wrong at all, and that's the number 46, Herjan Atner, the new lap record holder. He was chased through there by Cao Vietnam, the leading Vietnamese rider. He finished in 16th yesterday. He was in the mid-142s. And that lap record did indeed not stand for very long. Reza Danica Arens has snatched it back from his Astra Honda teammate, and the lap record now stands at 139.209. Congratulations to Reza, running with that 500 RPM rev cut. What will be the answer from his rivals, because he's now got an advantage of half a second over Herjan, with Aiki just behind him, and 3/10 behind him is Muqtada Serapurch for Honda Racing Thailand. Reza sweeps under one of the Indonesian Yamahas there, and through the chicane. This lap won't be as fast as the previous one. See if any of the orders change as this bunch of riders come through. Yeah, that was a 140 that last lap. Oh, sorry, a 150 last lap for Reza Danica. So he obviously took a little bit of a breather to congratulate himself. Well earned it was too. Irfan Ardiancia, meanwhile, has jumped into 4th place. And that means that Muqtada has been pushed down into 5th. There's one of the Vietnamese Hondas there, number 193. That belongs to Nguyen Duc Tan. He's just alongside Reza Danica there, and behind him the number 95 machine, the Victor Racing machine of Ni Tian, the Chinese rider. 13 countries here represented in the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And there is Muqtada, the fastest female on track, although actually calling her that does her a disservice, because she is a regular contender for wins, podiums, and indeed the championship. The season could have started better for her, however. She's currently lying 7th, having scored just one podium. 3rd place at Buriram in round 1. She had a DNF at Sepang in round 2. So she's currently, by her standards, languishing down in P7. So she'll be looking to improve that significantly this weekend. She's being tracked there by Tanat, number 11, for Thai Honda. Muqtada has good track knowledge too. And here we go. So the lap record is now heading into the 138s. Because Reza Danica has just done it again and lowered his own lap record to 139.097. Congratulations again to him. We're only 10 minutes into this 30-minute qualifying session, so that could well come down again. Muqtada is getting quicker meanwhile. She just put herself back up into third, 0.4 of a second off that lap record time of Razor's. So Muqtada means business. Irfan Ardiancia, meanwhile, performing extremely well for Motorcyclers Manutech on that Kawasaki in second place. He really seems to enjoy this circuit. He was here last year on a 600, but he has returned to his championship contending ways in the AP 250 class. Reza Danica, as we approach perhaps the halfway point, coming into the pits, carrying an advantage of 0.177. So that's a good first spell out on track for Reza Danica. Just take a look at the superbly well organised Astra Honda pit. Next to his bike is the number 46 of Herjan Atner, who briefly broke the lap record just a few minutes ago. There's Ni Tian, the Chinese rider for Victor Racing Yamaha, number 15. Muqtada now up into P2. She's put herself within 0.173 of Reza Danica, so Muqtada on a mission. Ni Tian running rather slowly there, as he's got two Thai Hondas of Tanat and Jack Rapat circulating together. Their senior teammate, currently sitting in P2 on the timing screen, Muqtada, is just a little way back behind them, on track anyway. And that's how it is in the Thai Honda 250 team. Got senior rider Muqtada and Jack Rapat and Tanat coming up through the ranks. We're back into the Astra Honda pit there. I think that was with Herjan Atner. Oh, sorry, that was with Reza. Jack Rapat runs wide to let Tanat come through that chicane. And round they come, that long left-hander that leads on to the home straight. A lot of riders in the pits now, including Reza and Herjan, Irfan Ardiancia. Muqtada is still out and beginning another quick lap. Jack Rapat and Tanat. So the three Thai Hondas are still out into the Yamaha Racing Indonesia pit there. Looks as though they're enjoying their time on track, but a 1:39.27. That's a really good time for Muqtada. She raced here on a 600 last season. Back into 250s now. She's competitive, really competitive on a 600. But she's a potential championship winner on a 250. She will have a work cut out this season because of the early lead taken by Reza Danica and her own misfortune. And there is Irfan Ardiancia, currently in P3, and he's been looking good all the way through free practice and qualifying as well. The three Thai Hondas now just bunching up a bit. Muqtada has gone ahead of Jack Rapat, number 20, and Tanat, number 11, just a little way back there as they come through the chicane, and they're likely to come into the pits this time around. Just the three Thai Hondas out now. Ni Tian for Victor Racing is out. Long Nangzi, the Chinese rider, is out. And indeed, the three Thai Hondas take a mid-session break. But that's a really good start to the qualifying session for Muqtada. That's Aiki Aoshi, number 37. He's had his break, and is going to set out again now. He's set the 7th best time so far. We know he's capable of better than that. And there is Chihiro Ishii and Sender, number 79. In the STG Hart Pro pit. The other bike belonging to that pit, of course, is ASB 1000 Championship leader Haruki Noguchi. Watcher on number 25 and Warwick number 94 coming out now for East NJT on those very distinctively decked out white and purple machines. Both very quick riders that themselves came through the Thai Honda Talent Development Program and doing very well for what I might be corrected at some point by the team manager, but I do see East NJT as something of a satellite Honda team. Fernando Diancia there, number 16 with the pink helmet at the front of these. Behind him is Aiki Yoshi. Behind him, Cal Vietnam. And behind him is Liu Chun Mei from Taipei. And the number 41 behind him is Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Giving the Chinese rider ahead of him something to think about as they go into the chicane, but that is just an outlap for those guys. Good shot there with the reflection and the close-up of the eyes. Artistic work as ever by our camera crew. And that's Watcher Tub Timon, number 25, leading that group. Warwick is just behind him. Chihiro Ishii just behind him. And Irfan Diancia getting away from that group, although he's got his teammate Aiki Yoshi chasing him. Irfan Diancia grabbing the limelight so far this season in the class. And while we have all this on-track action going on, there is a Parents and Kids tour we will try to bring you down to. I did notice just about half an hour ago that there were quite a few families coming into the circuit at this early stage in proceedings. Aiki Yoshi moves up inside his Indonesian teammate as they come into the third sector of this lap. So Aiki Yoshi, we know he goes well around here. He had dreadful bad luck not to win race 2 last year. Still don't know, and he still doesn't know what happened. That's become one of the great myths, the great urban legends of the Asia Road Racing Championship, which is now in its 26th or 27th year. But the story so far is that Reza Danica RN's new lap record holder sits on top, just 1700ths of a second faster than Mukladar Sarapuch. And we're going to go to you, Lena, with the Asian Food Festival.
Hello everyone, on the side here we have some children and parents, because we're just having a children and parents tour here organized by Sportsland Sugo Circuit. Now I have with here a parent and child with me, and I'm just going to ask them a couple of questions. Kono resu wait, sorry. Okay, このレースについてどう思いますか？
日本、世界のアジアがここの村田に集まる、スゴに集まるということですごく楽しみにしてきました。
Okay, 名前は？
須田まりです。
Okay. 楽しいですか？
楽しいです。
Okay, thank you so much. And don't arigato. Okay, all right, there we have it for the Parents and Children Tour. Exciting times right here for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, brought to you by Idemitsu. Thank you.
Meanwhile, back on track after, it's good to see the families and kids getting into the action, getting a chance to look at what's happening in pit lane. Meanwhile, back on track, no change in the order because a lot of the riders were in the pits. They are all out again now. All the leaders are back out on track. Here comes Aiki Iyoshi, trying to haul himself up the order, currently sitting in 7th. He didn't improve that time. Just behind him, he's got Irfan Ardiancia, his teammate. And there's some slow riding going on the track. So, disapproving tut-tut from the commentary box. And now speeding up again. So we've got Wayu Nugroho, and he's going through there together with his teammate, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. That's Ferozi Torakatula. Ferozi went really well yesterday. But here on your screen, you've got Vida Ega Pratama, Wayu Nugroho, and the other bike there, number 46, is Herjan Atner. For the briefest of moments, held the AP250 lap record some 15 or 20 minutes ago. There's 7.5 minutes remaining in this session. Reza Danica sits atop, just 1700ths of a second ahead of Mukladar Serapuch. Irfan Ardiancia just 5,000ths slower than Mukladar. Jakrapat, Mukladar's teammate, is up into P4. And there are, as we look now, there's 1 second between Reza Danica in 1st and Wayu Nugroho in 9th. So things tightening up really nicely as we get to the real business end of this AP250 qualifying session. There is Mukladar, number 44, being tracked there by wildcard Toshiki Senda for SDG Hark Pro. If SDG put him in as a wildcard, then you know he's going to be good. Toshiki currently sitting in 11th with a best lap of 140.99. Can he improve on that? That was Mukladar ditching Teroff, I think, as she went up the hill. She chops across into turn 1, chops across the front of Toshiki Senda. And Ferozi on Yamaha, Ferozi Torakatula has just nicked the lap record from Reza Danica RNs by 19 thousandths of a second. It now stands at 139.078. That's a phenomenal performance from Ferozi. I mentioned a few moments ago that he went well yesterday. Well, he's going a lot better today when it really matters in qualifying. So he's just ahead of Reza Danica. There are literally thousandths of a second covering the top 4 here. And we've got 5.5 minutes remaining. There goes Reza Danica riding alone. Behind him, this quick group. There's number 36, the new lap record holder Ferozi, running wide. And now he's trying to get up the inside of Mukladar, but good luck with that. He didn't make it. The last laps for Reza Danica. Reza Danica's on a really good pace, so is Mukladar, lapping in the mid to late 139s. So as we start to think about the race, which is coming up this afternoon, race 1, then looking at the pace these riders are putting in is becoming significant, and vigorous nodding there from Ferozi Torakatula. I think he's just been told by his team that he is on top of this session. He deserves that little pump of the head. Reza Danica has been in the pits. He's currently in P2, but with 4 minutes remaining on the clock, there he is. So he's about to come out. There'll be 4 minutes remaining. New lap record holder there at the back of that group, Ferozi Torakatula. As the lap times slip slowly towards the 1:38. Will they make it in the closing moments of this qualifying session for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship? Muqtada puts herself at the front here. She's still on a mission. She's got herself to the front of that group. She's got Ferozi behind her. Sender is behind her. Sender currently in P11. And different lines being taken in that chicane. That's the defending champion, sorry, not defending champion, the 2022 champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli. Watching the action from his former class. And as the riders come across to complete another lap, well, there's Ferozi coming in. He feels as though he's probably done enough. Whether that's a ride through or whether that's a stop remains to be seen. Muqtada also in the pits. Reza Danica out on track. Perhaps he's making another bid for pole position. But that's it for Ferozi Torakatula. He's calling it a day at this point. Yeah, he's just recorded another fastest lap. He has brought the lap times into the 138s, 138.802. A phenomenal 138.8 for Ferozi Torakatula on his last lap. It hasn't shown on the timing screens yet, but he's well and truly pumped, and so he should be. Phenomenal performance. The Yamahas are generally regarded as being disadvantaged compared to the Hondas and Kawasaki's in this class. Ferozi has put the lie to that conviction, but Reza Danica still wants to have a say. He's currently provisionally in the middle of the front row. Unless he can do something about it, he will get one more flying lap. Reza Danica, just looking at the clock coming down now. He will start another flying lap. The checkered flag will come out while he's on it. So Reza has one more shot at pole position as he starts his final lap of this qualifying session. Looking a little further down because there's been so much action at the top. Irfan Ardiansya is currently 4th ahead of Astra's Vida Egger and Thai Honda's Jakrapat. Hurjan is 7th. 8th, Tanat Longprial for Thai Honda. Aiki Yoshi is 9th, and rounding out the top 10 for now is Wayu Nugroho. And we're back there with Reza Danica. Can he snatch pole position and another lap record from Ferozi Torakatula? A lot of us here would be really pleased to see a Yamaha on the front row and on pole position, because it would suggest that we've seen some real competitiveness from Yamaha. There is Muqtada, currently provisional front row in P3, I beg your pardon. Now she's got Reza Danica hot on her heels. And there we go, Ferozi is coming out once again. Maybe he's just wants to try something because he won't get a full lap in. 10 seconds remaining and the checkered flag will come out, and one of the riders there went straight on. Disorientation, because I don't think they were going very fast. But here comes Muqtada, here comes Reza Danica. Can they do anything about Ferozi at the top? That last lap set by Ferozi of 138.8 is not showing still on the timing screens. I just wonder if that's there's a reason for it. There's no track limit for him. Track limit penalty showing for him, but there is Ferozi on your screen there. But in a few minutes we should be able to confirm still showing his fastest lap, 1:39.078. That's good enough for pole position. But isn't it tight at the top? 19 thousandths of a second from Ferozi to Reza Danica. And then 0.1 back to Muqtada. And then 5 thousandths of a second back to Irfan. Those are the top four, very tightly packed together. We're in for a phenomenal race this afternoon. We can always expect good races from the AP 250s. A lot of quick riders there, but nobody looking really dominant. And the challenge for Ferozi will be to maintain a really hot pace and stay with the leading group for the full race length. Toshiki Senda, who was getting himself amongst it in P11, but we will confirm the results shortly. It may be that fast lap was disqualified for Ferozi. Perhaps a track limit infringement. We haven't got an announcement from that. But that doesn't change the overall facts. He is the new lap record holder, and he will start from pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Another thing that's good to see is the blue sky peeking through those fluffy cumulus clouds hanging above the circuit. So hopefully the blue on your picture there will be expanding throughout the day. We know the weather is unpredictable here at Sugo Sportsland, perched as it is on a mountain top in Miyagi Prefecture in the northeast of Japan. But a very nice perspective here of the circuit. You can see that right-angled turn 1, which goes straight into the right turn 2, right-angled turn 2, which is the beginning of the technical first sector of this circuit. Marshals again out making a close inspection of the crucial points on the track. So let's confirm that Ferozi Torikatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia starts from pole position this afternoon with a 1:39.078, a new lap record. Congratulations to Ferozi. Second, just behind him, 1:39.097, Reza Danica RNs. Muqtada Sarapich running closely behind in P3 to complete the front row. Irfan Ardiansyah was 4th, 5th was Veda Ega Pratama, 6th Herjan Atna Firdaus, both those riders from Astra Honda, 7th Jakrapat Putisan, 8th Tanat Longpliao, and in 9th was Aiki Iyoshi for Motul Sniper Manual Tech, 10th Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 11th Toshiki Senda, the wildcard for STG Heart Pro Honda, 12th Cal Vietnam, decent performance from him, Idlan Hakimi for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda, 141, 14th Warit Tongnopakun, 15th Wacharin Timon, both those riders for East NJT Racing. And we've got Irfan Haikal for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda in 16th. 17th, Chihiro Ishii for STG Heart Pro, 141.89 for her. Kevin Samar Quintal, we didn't see him on track in that session, but he did a 142 to place him 18th. 19th, Nitian for Victor Racing. 20th, Nguyen Duk Tan. 21st, Liu Chun Mei. 22nd, Yoshihiro Toriyahara. Another wild card for Team Tech 2. Just to complete, Leong Nanzi from Hong Kong for Victor Racing. And 24th, the injured but returning Lee Ruiyun. Good to see her persisting with her rehabilitation after knocking herself up in round 2 at Sepang. So we're going to take a short break. We will be back, of course, and we will be back with the Supersport 600 qualifying session, which will be go in just 5 minutes from now at 10 a.m. local time. That's it, come and fly the flag. It's take another look at the highlights of AP 250 qualifying. We saw lap records tumbling throughout the session. First one to grab it was Herjan Atner. This was in the very early stages of qualifying. A good early showing from Irfan Ardiancia, who remained there or thereabouts. Toshiki Senda, good performance from him as a wildcard. This is a difficult class to come into as a wildcard. And there was the number 46, Herjan Atner, who at about this point in proceedings set a new lap record to top the timing screens. Muqtada Sarapic, you can see from the body language there, pushing aggressively to chase after pole position. Meanwhile in the pits, family time, great to see. But there is Irfan Ardiancia, his mind only on getting a good qualification time, the determined Indonesian. And there was Ferozi Torakatula, who jumped to the top with a lap of 139.078. Reza Danica was just behind him, and Muqtada just a tenth of a second behind those two. So very tight at the top. Jubilation, it's fair to say, in the Yamaha Indonesia pit. They're not used to appearing on the front row, and they've taken pole position at this hugely challenging Suga circuit. And we're waiting now just for Yulina. We'll be having a chat with Ferozi to see how he's feeling, or how happy he's feeling after that qualifying session and that pole position. While we wait for that, next up, as I mentioned, will be the Supersport 600 qualifying session. That's a 30-minute session for them. And after that will be the Super Pole competition for the top 15 grid places in the Underbone 150 class. And finally, at 11:20 local time in Japan, will be a 40-minute qualifying session for ASB 1000. ASB 1000 is absolutely a gripping contest, not only with the quick regular riders, but with some really fast wildcards. So plenty to look forward to. And at the end of proceedings today, there will be the chance for a pit walk. So if you are anywhere in the area, yeah, just clarifying the time there. I said local time, that means GMT +9. And we're going to go to Yulina now to talk to the pole position winner from AP 250 qualifying.
Hello everybody, welcome back to sunny Sportsland Sugo Circuit. I am with Muhammad Fairuzi today, who just did a blazing lap in the AP 250s qualifying. So, you were 4th yesterday, but you were dashing fast today. How did you do it and what changed?
Yes, difficult to this position for the Yamaha, but power is low, but I can. I push the limit from the back. I follow the all riders. I follow the horn. I follow the competitor. I follow the all riders and focus for race 1.
Do you believe that the RPM cut has given you an advantage?
Yes, for competitor, RPM cut better for me, but for Yamaha in maybe follow and from the last round, round 2 in Sepang, and no follow.
Okay. We're going to Mandalika next round, as you know this. How do you feel about that?
Yes, I feel it's good for the bike. I test in Mandalika maybe next week, and see you in Mandalika.
Thank you so much, Muhammad Fairuzi. Right, there we have it, Muhammad Fairuzi, the fastest today for the AP 250s. We'll start the Super Sport 600 pretty soon, but right now, I'll pass the microphone back to you over in the studio, Barry.
Thanks, Julina, and thanks for the insight. So here are the results of combined practice yesterday on your screen for Super Sport 600. The bikes will be out on track in just a moment, but as you can see, the familiar sight in first position for this season of Karol Idampawi, and terrific performance yesterday from both Soichiro Minimamoto and from Kito Abe. There's actually a mistake on that graphic. The P2 should say Kito Abe. And the bikes are out on track now, and leading the way, appropriately enough, is Karol Idampawi. This is their outlap. So time to take a look around, see who's there. So we have a full field here, enhanced by several wildcards that will be seen, but some really quick ones, including Yuta Date, Sho Nishimura, and Shota Ite. We'll be taking a look at as we go. And the wildcards can make a real difference here, not only to the race positions, but of course to the championship positions, because they could potentially be taking points away from regular riders. It's always a bit of a bone of contention with regular riders, but for us, the onlookers, it causes some real magic on track, and great opportunities as riders who we don't normally see put themselves on the international stage in this IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. That's Helmi Asman on your screen. Came enticingly close to taking the title last season. In the end, that went to Andy Farides Deha. We'll just take a little look at combined times from yesterday for Super Sport 600. And Karol Idampawi, as we were looking at just before we got to the on-track action, new class lap record, 1:30.5. That's just over a tenth quicker than the best time set by Kota Arakawa, who came in and won convincingly as a wild card. And there he is, the number 50. Sorry, that's not Kota Arakawa. I got overexcited then. Number 54 here is Motoharu Ito for the Moto Boom Honda racing team. Ito was 12th in qualifying yesterday, and his best time was 1:31.456. So a second off the best time. So it shows you that the lap times are really quite tightly packed here. Very well established team, Moto Boom, in the All Japan Championship, and you can see how beautifully turned out that bike is. And as they get their first flying laps in, first rider at the top of the screen is Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Nakarin had a horrible day yesterday with 2 crashes, knocked himself about a bit in both of them. So that will have taken a little bit of wind out of the sails of the Thai former Moto3 rider. A rider on track now, the number 51 on the 1XOX TKKR machine is Kito Abe. Kito was the rider who came closest to Karol Idampawi yesterday. just 600ths or so slower than him on the best combined times, and he looked very good throughout all 3 free practice sessions yesterday. And here he comes again. This will be his second flying lap. But on top so far, after 2 quick laps, is Kengo Nagao. Yuta Date is next, and Karolidin Paui, the lap record holder, is currently sitting in P3 ahead of his teammate Helmi Asman. But very early days in this session. But Kito Abe once again looking as though he really means it. He made his ARRC debut here at Sugo in August last year, at which point he became a regular rider in this championship. He scored a podium there and completed the season, the rest of the season, fairly quietly. But this season he's coming back a lot stronger, and here in his home round he very much looks like a podium contender. And there goes Yuta Date, number 24. He's been chased by the IDEMITSU the Bunshu Honda of Azroy Anwar, number 20 there, alongside each other. So you can see, number 64, Yuta Date. And there's a rider just run off to the side there. I'm not sure who that was. Karolidin Paui went through there, followed by Nakarina Terapuvapat. Hopefully he's had some good treatment to recover from the knocks he took yesterday. He's got Anwar behind him. Although we've been watching Kito Abe, his best time so far is 1:31.111. That puts him 9th. Coming into the pits there is another one of the wild cards. I couldn't quite see the number there. But let's stay on track for now. Kengo Nagao, the wild card, leads with a best lap of 30.764. That's Yuta Date again, the number 64. He's second and went well yesterday on combined times. He ended up 6th with a 1:30.9. Rider coming into the pits there. I think that could have been the rider that went wide a little earlier. I'm not sure what bike that was. That might have been Panasonic, the Thai rider. But let's see, another rider running wide there is Ratapong Willarot, the Thai 2018 champion. Ratapong had a few problems earlier yesterday, came back a little better towards the end, but still his best time 1:31.7, so 1.2 seconds off the lead. And meanwhile, out in the paddock, because there wasn't enough room in the pits for the wild cards, is the number 55, Kengo Nagao. He was topping the timesheets, but Helmi Asman has taken that away from him. And Azroy, his teammate, Helmi's teammate, is just behind him. So it's a Bunshu 1-2, or it was a Bunshu 1-2, now it's a Bunshu 1-3, because Soichiro Minamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing has put himself into 3rd spot, 3/10 behind Helmi Asman. We are almost 1/3 of the way through this 30-minute qualifying session for the Supersport 600 class. Ratapong currently down in 13th. Galang Hendra, the Indonesian rider, highly rated Indonesian rider, who doesn't quite bring the results that his ability demands to Supersport 600 in ARRC. Bags of international experience. We're always expecting him to step through and get amongst the leaders, but here is the leader for now. That was Helmi Asman. As we go back to the Moto Boom pit, that's Motohiro Ito. decent start to the session from him with the best lap of 1:31.148. Helmi now has got Karol Idampawi, yesterday's fastest man, behind him. And all those three Bunsu Hondas are running together. So choose a favourite if you want to. Karol Idampawi trying to go around the outside of Helmi. Helmi nods to let him through. Azroy staying behind both of them. So Pawi, by consent, goes through to the front of this group of three. So let's see what he can do. Kip currently down in 6th. The best time of 1:30.8. That will change. He's half a second, almost half a second off the fastest time. But there is 18.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Kip crosses the line again. No improvement for him that time. But those, I do suspect those Bunsu Hondas, the three of them, running in formation, will be going for a hot lap this time. There is Nakarin Atirapuvapat, showing just how tough he is after a really difficult and bruising day yesterday. And that's Kip. Karol Idampawi off into the foam. I think he's not hurt at all, but that crouch was indicating frustration. Let's see what happened. It's under braking for turn 1. It is treacherous, as we've mentioned several times, and there he goes down. If you get that wrong on that downhill braking, there's a hard penalty to pay. The bike bangs into the fence on the left, and you could see Kip clear of the bike, but banging into the barriers just to the right of where his machine ended up. But that would appear to be the end of this session. There's 17.5 minutes remaining for Karol Idampawi. The dominant Karol Idampawi. So it's a shame to see that, but that does open things up for the rest of the field. There is one of the contenders for pole position, without a doubt. That's Azroy Anouar. And he pits, having just watched his teammate go off at turn 1. Treacherous turn 1, and it's such a difficult balancing act on the brakes to get that right. There's the other teammate there, Helmi Asman, currently sitting at the top, 0.3 of a second clear of Soichiro Minamoto. There is Nakarin, and he is limping a bit after those two bangs yesterday, being helped and encouraged there by Ratapong Willarot, legend of Thai motorsport, and now the rider coach for the Thai Honda racing team. Great mentor to have. So Azroy, helmet off. It's break time, midway through the session. Azroy 0.389 of a second off his teammate's best time, and those two split by the Yamaha of Soichiro Minamoto. There we are with the Akino Speed team there. Their rider is Shota Ite and Yuta Date. I'm not sure which rider that was. There's Ratapong Willarot. He'll be looking for improvements. 13th position is well below expectations for him, expectations of himself in particular. So here we go again, under braking for turn 1. It's downhill, and the front just tucked away from him. They're going at high speed, and you can see the angle there, the bike smashing into the foam barrier. Kip smashing into the foam barrier next to him. Winded, but I think not injured. That is Yuta Date we're looking at there. And back out now. On track with Kengo Nagao. We saw him lead the session earlier on. and he's now in a very decent P4, within 4/10 of the best time set so far by Helmi Asman. And he was consistently quick yesterday. He ended up 7th on combined times. So he's one of the riders that could get amongst the results, could be taking championship points away from some of the leading contenders in this Supersport 600 class. And there is Kip standing in a safe position just from where he landed, looking a little rueful as he watches the other bikes. If I was him, I would actually move away from there, because if another bike slams into the barriers, that could disturb him once again. But we're back with Kengo Nagao on a pretty decent lap at the moment. And he's just set the best time through Sector 3. So let's stay with Kengo Nagao as he makes his way through the chicane and round the long right-hander to launch himself up the hill towards the start-finish line. This will be a quick one for Kengo Nagao. And let's see, as he comes across the line, if he upsets the order. Kengo goes first with a 1:30.3. That was a good lap from Kengo Nagao. .30.5, and I think I'll soon have it confirmed, but I do believe that we have a new lap record for the Supersport 600 class. 1:30.3 for Kengo Nagao to put himself at the top. Beautiful lap from him. Meanwhile, Soichiro Minamoto gets through. And there we are in the 1XOX pit. Back with the current provisional pole sitter, Kengo Nagao, number 55. Riding for Team Ken Ken. I don't know if that means it's his own team, with the Kengo. If he stays in this much contention, then we'll need to find out a little more about him. And here he comes to complete another lap. This won't be as quick as the previous one, but he's still out. There is most of the field in the pits out on track now, apart from Kengo, is Soichiro Minamoto. In fact, that last lap was good pace, 30.774. So Kengo getting some really good quick laps in. Nice and consistent in the mid 130s. Helmi in the pits and in a provisional P2. Unhurried. There are 11 minutes left on the clock. So Helmi, along with his teammate in the pit there, Azroy, will be pulling the pin very soon. Well, one of the few riders out on track is the provisional pole sitter, Kengo Nagao. Doing a really good job here for himself and, of course, for his sponsors. The thing about the Japanese wildcards is they have a really strong domestic series. The All Japan Championship is full of really high quality riders. As a Brit, I often compare it to the BSB series, which again is very strong, lots of depth, lots of really quick riders. And they can make a difference here. Helmets are going on, I can see in the IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda pit. Kengo Nagao completes another lap, and that was another lap in the mid 130s. So really good pace from the wildcard for Ken Ken Racing, Kengo Nagao. But business time coming up now for Helmi Asman and his teammate Azroy Hakim. And there is Utadate. Lurking just behind them, he's got a best time of 1:30.7. It's another rider in the 1:30s that could yet have a say as to who lands up on row 1. Nobody else currently on a quick lap. Helmi Asman waiting to get on his bike, and in unison Azroy mounts his number 20 CBR 600 RR. Meanwhile, Carol Idampawi hasn't gone anywhere. He's going to wait till the end of the session. Right in the firing line, it seems to me, in beyond the gravel trap for turn 1. There are the two Astra Honda riders waiting as well. That's Adananta Putra and Gary Salim. They haven't featured in this. Adananta is 16th, Gary is 14th so far in this session. Best time for Gary is 1:31.5. Now, as others are going out, Kengo is coming in. Whatever happens next, he can be very pleased with his performance. We have 8 minutes remaining on the clock. Gentle congratulations for Kengo Nagao from his team. And a break for him. We have over 7 minutes left. So I do suspect that we will see Kengo go out one more time. Utadate here, number 64. He's pushing now. He's quick. He was quick through sector 1, decent sector 2. So Utadate trying to put in a hot lap now. And he's put in his best time through sector 3 so far. He's in sector 4, as you can see, coming through the chicane. He's got a qualifying tyre on the rear. Qualifying tyres for this class can probably mean 0.8 of a second off the time, so let's see what he records as he comes across the line this time. Utadate. That did look like a decent lap, but it hasn't changed the order. These qualifying tyres last perhaps 3 really good laps, and they're all on qualifying tyres now. Helmi Asman, Azroy Anwar. So the times should be tumbling now, and we should see the fastest riders coming into the 129s. Best qualifying time last year was a 1:30.6, so already well below that on race tyres and qualifiers. Let's see what difference that makes. So Kengo Nagao is having his qualifying tyres fitted, no doubt, and he will be out and have something to say. And these riders on qualifying tyres, we're looking at Helmi Asman there, number 32. This is his out lap, so he'll be pulling the pin as he comes across the line. There is Kito Abe. Yeah, he's brought some support with him to the circuit. Kito Abe on qualifiers moves himself up into provisional P3 with 5.5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session for the Supersport 600s. Stay with Kito Abe, he's on a mission now. Just ahead of him is one of the Bunchu Honda bike. Now it's just behind him because that bike is on an out lap. But Kito Abe on qualifiers, on a mission, currently in provisional 3rd place for race 1 this afternoon. He set the best lap, the best sector 1 of the session, personal best sector 2. Let's see how he's going through sector 3. We'll have that information up shortly. He's got Helmi and Azroy behind him. But Kito Abe really pushing now. Best sector 3, personal best sector 3 for Abe. He's coming through the chicane. Azroy ran wide there, so he's going to have to do it again. He's going to have to treat this as an out lap and pull the pin once again. He'll have another good lap or possibly 2 laps left in that time. But let's watch Kito Abe come across the line. That time for him was 1:30.556, so that doesn't push him up. That tire will be good for at least another lap, another quick qualifying lap. All the riders now on track, you will see, have got the green flash on the rear tire, that qualifying tire. It's extra sticky. They can give up to a second a lap advantage. We haven't seen the result of that yet. Kengo Nagao still sits at the top, so I don't know whether he's on track at the moment. But with Kito Abe, who's clearly pushing hard. He's got Helmi Asman behind him, also pushing hard, also on qualifiers. 3 minutes left on the clock. This is business time in Supersport 600 qualifying. Kito Abe and Helmi Asman closing a little as they go through the chicane. Now they'll blast their way up the hill. Let's see if the positions change. Helmi stops the clock at 1:30.511. Kito Abe doesn't go any faster, and he's run wide at turn 1. So is Helmi Asman, so that probably means that those rear qualifying tyres are shot. Kengo Nagao, we haven't seen him on qualifiers, I don't think yet, but he's sitting at the top anyway at a 1:30.318. Helmi Asman, 52 hundredths of a second behind him. Azroy is on a mission. There is the number 21 machine of Adananta Putra for Astra Honda. 2 bikes behind him is Gary Salim, and in between them is the Indonesian champion, 2022 AP250 champion, Andy Muhammad Fadli. Andy currently 1.3 seconds off the pace in P17. He'll be looking for better than that. All these riders on qualifiers, 1.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Azroy comes through the chicane. Sorry, that is Adananta coming through the chicane. Currently P7. There's a decent lap for him, but I don't think he's going to make a difference at the end of this lap. No. He's 0.8 off the top, so he remains in 7th. And so what we've got now on the provisional front row is Kengo Nagao, wildcard for Ken Racing, Helmi Asman, provisional second, and Sho Nishimura in a provisional P3, and he's coming into the pits now. So his bid for qualifying position is done, and he's got a provisional outside of the front row. Soichiro Minamoto, he's still out, still pushing. There is Yutadate. Yutadate currently provisionally on the second row in the middle, P5. Chasing him. I'm not sure who that is. I think it's Ratapong. We might see as they come at a lower pace through the chicane. Utadate comes through the chicane. Checkered flag is out. This will be the last time he crosses the finish line. Currently his best time 1:30.477. This time he's not going to beat that. 1:33 that time. Most of the other riders, I think, are done, or at least not on a hot lap. Azroy comes through, he's down in P9. So he aborted one of the laps at turn 1 on the qualifiers, so he wasn't able to make the best of his qualifiers. That's Sho Nishimura that we're looking at there, wildcard riding for 1XOX TKKR. So it looks very much like we have a wildcard on the front row as we just watch Nishimura complete his last lap. And he looks like he's going to stay in P3. Sho Nishimura managed to get last month in the All Japan Championship, got in the ST 600 class, the stock 600 class, so a similar spec to this, got a P1 in the All Japan Championship. So we know that he is a contender on a winning streak. And we have 2 wildcards on the front row. So let's take a look at that. There is the pole man, Kengo Nagao, 1:30.318, and the new lap record holder for Sugo. Second, Helmi Asman for Bunsu Honda Racing Team. Third, Sho Nishimura, we were just talking about. He's here as a wild card for 1XOX TKKR. Kito Abe in 4th, leading the second row. 5th, Yuta Date. 6th, Soshiro Minamoto. His best time was 1:30.482. You can see how close those times are. Adananta Putra, 7th. Galang Hendra Pratama in 8th. Azroy Hakim faded at the end there, didn't make the best use of those qualifiers. He was on a 1:30.7. We'll start from P9. 10th, Karolid Pawi missed most of that session after a heavy crash at turn 1. P10. Shota Ite in 11th. Nakarina Tirapuvapat finished that session early, I think. He's suffering a little bit after yesterday's crashes. Motoharu Ito 13th. 14th, Gary Salim for Astra Honda and Yamaha Thailand Racing Teams. Ratapong Willarot 15th. Fellow Thai Panasonic Kauson T for Honda Racing Thailand is in 16th. Andy Fadley for Yamaha Racing Indonesia 17th. 18th of FIFA and Ram on a 1:32. And Sharjun Tong on the Victor Racing MLT Yamaha 1:35.022 will start from 19th place on the grid this afternoon. And under brightening skies here at Sugo, let's just take a look back at that qualifying session. So they got underway here. Helmi Asman showed well throughout the session. The riders went out fairly bunched up. That was Yuta Date alongside Azroy Anwar. Going into turn 1. There is Nakarin, the number 41, suffering after 2 crashes yesterday and didn't complete the session. Let's see if he comes out to race this afternoon. And that was the 3 Bunsu Hondas running together. Karolid Pawi went through to take the lead and then crashed under braking downhill for turn 1. Smashed his bike and himself into the barriers. He's unhurt. He will need a new pair of leathers for this afternoon. But then the story was taken over by Kengo Nagao, the privateer for Ken Racing. He put in best lap ever in the ARRC Supersport 600 class. And he held on to that advantage. Kito Abe pushed hard in the closing stages. That was good enough to bring him into 4th place. There is Motohiro. He ended up going through to 13th. And we're going to go down to Yulina.
The sun cleared out today and the Super Sport 600 presented us with many surprises from the wild cards in Japan. Now I have Kengo with me here and he's actually broke a new lap record for himself doing a 130.318. Kimo wa dou desu ka?
すごく、嬉しいです。Very happy. I'm very happy. Yeah. でも昨日があんまり良くなかったんで、どうかなと思って予選クオリファイスタートしたんですけど、でもタイムが、ベストタイム、ラップできたんで良かったかなと。
後で勝てると思いますか？
はい。
後で勝てると思いますか？
頑張ります。Best, do my best. Yeah. Thank you.
Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
And there we have it, guys. We're going to start out with the ASB's 1000 pretty soon. Stay connected with us. Okay, we're going to start with the Underbone boys. So sorry. Stay connected with us. We have Kobayashi-san right here with me, and Dunlop is the title sponsor for the Asia Road Racing Championship. Now, tire title sponsor. Now, Kobayashi-san, the weather yesterday was very uncertain. I believe that must have been difficult for you and the team.
So all team very struggle so because this week is a very low temperature, also the low truck temperature. So usually so ARRC is more hot country in held. So but today's still cloudy, but better than yesterday, and so all teams so pushing for qualifying.
Yes, we realized that some of the lap times have gone down, of course, when the weather cleared out. Can you just comment on that?
Lap time is, I guess, almost class is improved compared to last year. So they also studying more experience and studying this track. So this track only 2 round held. So first time last year. So I believe that so race for race is more aggressive and more fighting. Good race, I hope.
Thank you very much for being here with us. Dunlop Motorsport, Kobayashi-san, everybody. All right, let's have a look at what's going on with the Underbone 150, guys. Now, back over to you in the studio, Barry.
You're back on track with us for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are right at the beginning of the Underbone Super Pole session. This session will determine the first 15 starters from the grid in this afternoon's race. And first out on track is John Emerson Inguito. He was the 15th fastest he was 14th fastest in yesterday's qualifying session. And just to recap how the Super Pole works, the first 15 from qualifying come through to the Super Pole shootout that is just beginning now. And they go out 5 riders at a time, starting with the 15th fastest from qualifying. And then another group of 5 riders go out, and the final rider to go out is the fastest qualifier. In this case, it's Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin from yesterday's qualifying session. But we're on board now. He's on an outlap, I think. Yeah, he's on an outlap with John Emerson Inguito. Haven't seen the 15th place qualifier, Aziz Hamdan. But anyway, let's go with what we've got on our screens now. You can see there are 4 riders on outlaps. John Emerson Inguito will be the first rider to start his flying lap. And the reason for Super Pole is because the lap times can be largely attributed or significantly attributed to the tune of 1 second to 2 seconds a lap to slipstream, advantage from slipstream. What Super Pole does, it isolates the performance of the rider and the machine on the circuit. That's John Emerson Inguito. He's away on his flying lap. There is Fahmi Bassam, the wildcard, who did well to qualify. He looks pretty lanky on the bike, doesn't he? But he's done well to tuck himself in. Gupita Krishna going through there, and Ahmad Fazrul Sham will also is about to start. There he goes. There's Fazrul Sham starting his flying lap. And in fact, so fastest so far is Gupita Krishna. So he's provisionally on pole position after the first 4 riders have gone out. We don't know why Aziz Hamdan didn't go. There is Gupita slowing down now. Sorry, we came in a little late to that first round of Super Pole. And I thought they were just on their flying lap then. But Gupita Krishna slowing down now. So he set the target 147.969. That's 1.3 seconds faster than Fazrul Sham. John Emerson Inguito next up, and Fahmi Bassam, 2.6. This is the Haziq Hamdan's bike there. We didn't see what happened to that or why he wasn't out. But I guess that he will have to start from 15th place, as he didn't get out in time to participate in Super Pole. The next riders out are going to be Pirapong Louis Bimpen for Team One for All. Then Hafisa Rofa, the number 24. Then Wawan Wello, the championship leader, and Ahmad Fazli Sham will be joining them as well, and Wayu Ajit Trilaksana. So there will be 5 riders going out in the next group, and then we'll finish off with the final 5. Weather clearing up here, the skies are a good deal brighter than they were a couple of hours ago. And there is Pirapong Lubin-Peng. In a couple of seasons as a regular rider in ARRC Underbone 150s, and it's good to see him back for this round at Sugo. He's just going to pit exit where he'll be held. Wawan Wello is already there. Coming up behind him is Izzat Zaidi. Away goes Wawan Wello on his outlap. There'll be a 20-second pause, and then there'll be a tap on the shoulder for Izzat Zaidi. 2, 1, go. Tap on the shoulder. Sorry, I've recently been watching the Isle of Man TT, where that's what sends you away. Dimas Juliet Moko, a really quick rider. We saw him feature in free practice 1 and 2 really strongly yesterday. Not quite so quick in qualifying, but a really promising rider in this championship. And here's a rider about which we could talk all day, about whom we could talk all day. Ahmad Fazli Sham, a legend in this series, a mentor to many of the riders in this class, and a veteran who's still able to put on a show every time he throws a leg over one of these Underbone 150s. Pirapong Louis Bimpen is the next out. 20-second intervals to make sure they stay apart on track. So no chance of slipstreaming. The target time set so far by the double champion, Indonesian Gupita Krishna, riding for the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team. 12th in qualifying yesterday, but we very rarely see the qualifying positions reflected in these Super Pole positions. So we're there with Pirapong Louis Bimpen. There is Izzat Zaidi, always a contender. Izzat this season. Currently sitting in 6th place. Best result was a 2nd in race 2, round 1 at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. And this session is nicely timed by the organisers to run for about 30 minutes. Here comes Izzat Zaidi. So he starts his Super Pole lap. And as Izzat starts his Super Pole lap, Pirapong. Let's just stay with Izzat Zaidi for a moment. He's a really precise rider. The rider you can see on your 23. Slightly surprised look on the profile there for Gupita Krishna. Who, me? But Izzat Zaidi with JRT Pitts bike last season, now with Cardinals Racing with new colours this season. Different to last year's gold and black, but equally distinctive. So Izzat Zaidi will be the first of this group to complete a lap. We haven't seen Wawanwelo. But what we do know is that Izzat Zaidi is about to clock his time, and he stops the clock at 148.33. So that puts him into a provisional second place. Now here comes Dimas Juli. He will cross the line. He will put himself into a provisional P3. Next up, Ahmad Fazli Sham. Fazli Sham records a 148, and we're now with Pirapong Louis Bimpeng, who makes his way up the hill. That 150cc single Yamaha engine hauling him up the hill. It's not such a big load, it's quite slightly built. 147.8, so he puts himself in provisional pole position. We know he's quick, the Thai rider. There are only two Thai riders in this class. So let's take another look back at pit lane. So we're putting out a search party for Wawanwelo. There is, I'm assuming that's Fazli Sham. So there is your provisional pole sitter, Pirapong. Best time 147.8. And if you want to compare that with the times done in qualifying, best qualifying time and a new lap record was set yesterday by Nazrul Izzat at 146.7. So yeah, we're hearing that Wawanwelo had a problem on his out lap. We just watched Fazli Sham on his slowing down lap. Fazli provisionally on the outside of the front row in P3. Gupta Krishna bumped from first to second by Pirapong. So we'll be going back down to pit exit very shortly. So yeah, the mystery of Wawanwelo continues. We did see a wolf in one of the gravel traps yesterday, so hopefully nothing untoward has happened to him. There are wolves and bears here at in Miyagi Prefecture in the forests, so it's really a good idea not to go into the gravel traps. And this next batch of 5 riders will go out. Hopefully we'll see all 5 of them later on. So yeah, our championship leader Wawanwelo, a mystery. So the next batch of 5 riders make their way up to pit lane, and again they'll be released at 20-second intervals to head out to see what they can do alone on the Sugo International Circuit. Plenty of challenges there. There is the fastest man from yesterday's qualifying, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. There is Hafiz Arofa for 1XOX TKKR Racing. Race winner already this year at Buriram. There's Wayoaji Trilaksana, defending Underbone 150 champion. He set out, and here is the sensation so far of Underbone in round 3 at Sugo, Murabil Vitoni for LFNH Putra 969 Indonesia Racing Team. There he goes. The next rider up will be another 1XOX rider. That's Shafiq Rasol, also a race winner this season. And behind him, keeping the order from the reverse order that they go out in from qualifying. Last rider out will be this man, Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. So Pirapong Lubimpeng sits at the top. There are 5 very quick riders chasing his best time of a 1:47.86. Wayu Aji will be the first rider out of this group. Sorry, Hafisa Rofa is the first rider out of this group to set a lap, fast lap. There is Hafisa. A rider we've seen plenty of potential in for a while, and last season, and carrying it into this season. We're seeing what this rider is really made of. So across the line he goes to begin his flying lap. First thing you have to do is brake downhill and get yourself round a 90-degree right-hander. And here comes Wayu Aji. He's got the clock running now. Wayu Ali Triviksana, number 60. Of course, he was running for 1XOX TKKR. He was running in those colours last year. He's made a move to be running his own team, and that seems to have done nothing to have taken the edge off his competitiveness. It's a team that he runs in the national series in Indonesia, and now he's gone inter, as they say, and doing really well. I think a good career move for the young Indonesian. That's Shafiq Rasol you're looking at. Back with Hafisa Rofa. Hafisa, pretty decent sector times. Yeah, Hafisa looking on course for a quick lap. We know he's a precise, very fast rider. Another good sector 3 for him. He's in sector 4 now. So you can expect Hafisa perhaps to jump to the top when he comes across the line in about 10 seconds time. That's Wayu Aji going through the chicane. Let's stay with Hafisa Rofa and see what he can do about Pirapong's pole time. No, he doesn't. Oh, he does make it. He goes top with a 1:47.771. Just 89 hundredths of a second. Here comes Wayu Aji Triviksana. 1:47.467, and he goes top. Wayu Aji, the defending champion, goes top. Murabil, the lap record holder, he goes top. So as expected, it's all gone off in this final part. The last 5 riders hit the track in Superpole, and there's one very significant rider still to come across the line, and that is Nazrul Izzat. He's on his way up now. Nazrul. So Nazrul slots himself into the middle of the front row for this afternoon's race. But it is Murabil Vitoni who will start from pole position. There he is again. We've seen that face on the top of the timing screens many times so far this weekend, including Friday, of course. And there he goes. So, happy smile there. Happy smile in the LFNH Putra pit. As well they might be. Murabil has put a really good weekend together so far. This afternoon, we'll all be looking to see whether he can convert that into a podium finish or a win, or at least a good points finish, which is what has been missing sometimes from his game. So that completes our Superpole shootout for the Underbone 150s. And we're going to confirm the times as we look out over the lush forests of Miyagi Prefecture. There it is, 1:46.401, which was faster than Nazarul's qualifying time yesterday. Murabel Vitoni will start from pole position this afternoon. Second, Nazarul is at Bahudin. Third, Waiwaji Trilaksana. Fourth, Hafisa Rofa. Fifth, Pirapong Lui Bumpeng. In sixth, starting from sixth, will be Shafiq Rasol. Seventh, Gupita Krishna for 4S1M Evo Yamaha. And eighth, Ahmad Fazli Sham will start from 8th position. Starting 9th will be Izzat Zaidi for Cardinals Factory Racing. Dimas Juliet Moko for LFN will be starting from 10th. 11th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. 12th, John Emerson Minguito. 13th, wildcard Fahmi Bassam. 14th, championship leader Wawanwelo. And 15th, Hazik Hamdan, who didn't record a time, as indeed Wawanwelo didn't. We still don't know whether he has been found. Perhaps we should start looking in the forests in the background to this graphic. Oh, he has been found, I hear. So that's good news. And the rest of the qualifiers will be determined by their positions yesterday. So they will start from 16th downwards. We're expecting 24 qualifiers. There he is. They've dragged him out of the foam barriers, carrying bits of his bike, so that looks like that would have been a heavy crash for Wawanwelo. But he is walking. It's a bit of a trudge, but I think that's a despondent trudge rather than a painful trudge. And the bike is buried somewhere there in the foam barrier. But the important thing is the rider is okay, and we'll start from 14th this afternoon. And we will be going to Yulina very shortly, who hopefully will be able to have a word with Murabel Vitoni. So let's go to Yulina right now.
Right, everyone, the Underbound 150s just finished the qualifying, and I have Murabel Vitoni with me right here, who's just finished a very impressive qualifying. Now, Murabel, you have a very strong performance now in Sugo. Jadi, kamu yakin atau tidak sama kemampuan kamu sekarang?
Saya sendiri 100% yakin untuk persiapan race seri 1 karena saya mendapatkan time yang lebih bagus hari ini. Ya.
Jadi terkadang situasinya dalam underbone nggak tentu, tapi apakah strategi kamu untuk mengelakkan situasi-situasi yang kamu nggak inginkan?
Untuk strategi saya akan mengikuti grup dan saya akan memberi yang terbaik buat tim aja.
Oke, bagus. Ada apa-apa yang kamu ingin bilang sama fans-fans kamu di Indonesia yang sedang lihat?
Untuk fans saya, terima kasih banyak untuk doain saya dan dukung saya. Saya akan kasih yang terbaik buat kalian.
Okay. Thank you very much, Murabel Vitoni. There we have it, guy with his flying lap in the qualifying for the Underbone 150s. Now we'll get back to you guys in the studio while we start off the ASB 1000s.
Thank you for staying with us and welcome back to Sugo International Circuit. You're joining us live for the qualifying session for the ASB 1000 class. The big bikes are out on track for a 40-minute session. This is day 2 of 3 for the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And as the bikes come on, go on their outlaps at the moment, we were just looking there at the BMW, the number 83 of, there he goes, in that aquamarine kind of coloured BMW. That's Lachlan Epis, the Australian. First couple of qualifying sessions were a bit tough for him, but he came through well in the second one, managing to put in a time of getting into the 129s. That did put him down in 13th, but it was a big improvement because this is a very tricky circuit to come to and be fast at for the very first time. And I think we saw Lachlan just going wide back then. But as we've seen in 600s, a lot of the script is being written for ASB 1000 by the wildcards. In particular, the rider just went through on your screen there, the number 104, Takuma Kunamine, and also Kota Arakawa and Rei Toshima. Rei Toshima has been really fast through free practice. Although he had a crash in free practice 3, he could have been better, but his best time was 128.562. So Rei Toshima and both of these bikes being featured on screen at the moment, Kunimine and Toshima could upset the order this afternoon. It's really good to see so many wild cards here. The regular riders don't always appreciate points being taken, championship points being taken from them by riders who just appear once only during the season. But for the rest of us, it expands and it enriches the racing experience, and it's sure to do this afternoon. Now, talking of newcomers to the circuit, we mentioned Lachlan Epis. Here's another one, the number 28. We're just there with Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader, who ended up in P2 yesterday. But just behind him was is Markus Reiterberger, who made his debut here at Sugo yesterday and finished the day with a new lap record. So unlike every other rider that's come here for the first time, he said, oh, it's actually a pretty easy track to learn. So there you go, perhaps that reflects the quality of the German. Also reflecting his indomitable spirit is the fact that he raced in the Spa 24-hour race last weekend, finished on the podium, and then travelled halfway across the world with an 8-hour time difference to Japan, all in the last few days. So big kudos to the second rider on your screen there, looking back from Haruki Noguchi's bike. Looking at Marcus Reiterberger on the 1XOX TKKR BMW. Hassling Haruki Noguchi. Haruki Noguchi knows he's got a fight on his hands with Reiterberger. Reiterberger had a poor round 1 in Thailand, but he was on hot form in Sepang and is emerging as the leading championship contender to Haruki Noguchi. So he scored a double win. Reiterberger, that is, scored a double win in Sepang. Haruki Noguchi scored a double win in Buriram. And Haruki Noguchi leads the points standing by virtue of other better finishes by 10 points. He starts the race today with 83 points, 10 points more than Marcus Reiterberger. Because Haruki has yet to finish off the podium. He's got 2 firsts, a second and a third. And the pressure on Haruki Noguchi comes from being at his home race. He knows he has an advantage here. He was superbly fast around here last year, scoring a double win. He wants to repeat that to stretch his lead in the championship. And he also knows that a lot of the riders here, including the one being featured on your screen there and the rider in first position on the timing screens at this early stage, Takuma Kunimine of Toho Racing. Kunimine is more than capable of getting amongst the leaders. So is Rei Toshima, so is Kazuki Akiyoshi, and so is Koto Arakawa. And there is Koto Arakawa, the number 54 on the Dogfight Racing Honda. Sorry, Motoboom Racing Honda. Kunimine just has gone past him there. But Koto Arakawa dominated this event in the Supersport 600 class last season, qualifying race 1 P1, race 2 P1. Now he stepped up into Superbikes, and we'll see what he can do here. So best lap so far, 127.972. So let's watch these guys complete another lap. See what the times come in here. Koto Arakawa moves into third. Meanwhile, Marcus Reiterberger is on a quick lap. Put the fastest sector time in overall in sector 1, personal fastest sector time in sector 2. So just keep an eye on the green BMW of Marcus Reiterberger. His teammate, his teammate Aslan Shah, currently down in P8 with a best time of 129.8. But we're here with Kunimine, who's just waved Koto Arakawa past. Koto Arakawa looks like he's pulling the pin. This rider will be looking to pull the pin too, Haruki Noguchi. That distinctive style he's got, even without the colours, it'll be easy to tell who Haruki Noguchi is by his bike. And Reiterberger, as expected, has gone into P1. And just checking his lap time. Could that be another best lap? Yes, it's another new lap record by just a few thousandths of a second. And we are only 9 minutes into this 40-minute qualifying session. Here goes Haruki Noguchi. He struggled a little bit in the first 2 sessions. He came better and finished second in free practice 3 and on combined times to Marcus Reiterberger. But just looking through my social media feeds this morning, he put a very gritty comment that he needed to improve further today. So at the moment, Reiterberger back at the top of the timing screen. on a provisional poll. You'd have to say it's very provisional with 20 minutes left. Aslan Shah has moved up into P3, so much better showing for Aslan. Yesterday his best time was 129.65. This time was 128.7, and that is Aslan down, just as we were talking about what he'd achieved. He's run off the track. Let's see if there's... Doesn't look like any serious damage done there, but a setback just after setting a quick lap. Can't quite see where on the circuit he is. But there is Zakwan Zaidi, the defending ARRC ASB 1000 champion, being tracked by Yuki Ito. Yuki Ito standing in for Kemik Kubo for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. And coming through behind him, that might be Andy Faridistihar. I can't quite make it out. But Yuki Ito made a decent return to this series yesterday, scoring a best time of 129.9. And he looks pretty comfortable following Zakwan. Zakwan was 7th on combined times yesterday, so he's going to be looking for improvements. He knows how tough the competition is. And this isn't his absolutely favourite circuit. Kunimine there, the Toho Racing machine pitting. As you can see, as a wild card, they haven't got the benefit of a full pit garage, but that doesn't seem to be stopping them at all. So a drink for him. Aslan Shah goes back to the pits, while presumably his bike gets sorted out, but he must have been able to ride it back. So early disappointment for Aslan Shah. And Kazma Daniel, he was really fast around here last year. He hasn't got the whole package together yet this year with the Yamaha R1. And there he is talking to his team. He's currently sitting in 5th for the best time of 128.796. That's a decent pace. And Yuki Ito circulating also in the 128s. In fact, the top 9 riders all in the 128s. Aslan Shah currently in P3, but he's going to need to take a break while they give his bike a once-over. Haruki Noguchi there in the pits. He's currently down in 6th in the best lap of 128.8, so that's almost a second in arrears of Reiterberger. But a long time to go, and here comes Reiterberger. This won't be another fastest lap for him. He's the fastest bike though, looking at the top speed times. Best top speed for the BMW of 280 kilometers per hour as he comes into the pits. So most of the top runners are in the pits. I think Takuma Kunimine is coming out for an outlap, but plenty of time left, 26.5 minutes left in this session. Break for Reiterberger. He was talking about some adjustments after he set his lap record yesterday. He was talking about coming to make some adjustments so that he could go faster. And I think I heard him mention targeting a 126 lap. Now, that might just be achievable on qualifiers, but I think that's a stretch. Prove me wrong, Reiterberger. There's Andy Farid. He was on fire in the first session yesterday morning, setting the fastest ever lap time around here at that moment. But then he had a heavy crash in the second session and overall ended up in 4th. He's yet to finish on the podium in the ASB 1000. He is the reigning Supersport 600 champion, Andy Farid. And he's taken to riding superbikes like a duck to water, and it is really just a matter of time before he does step onto the podium and take a win. Here is his senior teammate for now, however, Zakwan Zaidi, another top rider with plenty of ground to make up. He's currently sitting down in P9 with a best lap of 128.9, so that's more than a second back from Reiterberger, and that's Chiu Yujo, I think. Oh no, sorry, that was Yuki Ito. And there we are, Rei Toshima for Dogfight Racing. They're out in the paddock, no pit garage for them, but that hasn't stopped them from putting in some tremendous performances. Although this morning his best time is 129.1. So Zakwan pushing. He's got more than a second to make up on Reiterberger. Haruki Noguchi there, going out for another spell on track. And he will start this spell in P7 with a best lap so far of 128.8. But Haruki Noguchi certainly hasn't finished, and neither is this rider, Aslan Shah. We didn't see what happened to his bike. We saw it had stopped. We saw he was off the bike. We saw track marshals dusting it down. And so we imagine that the bike is having a little bit of treatment in the pits while Aslan waits it out. He's got plenty of time, 23.5 minutes left before the checkered flag comes out. There's Rei Toshima's bike. He's going to go out again. That's you see the pink slash on the side of the rear tyre there. That means it's a soft rear. Most of the Hondas, in fact most of the bikes full stop, are running hard fronts and soft rears. The track temperature and the air temperature are a little warmer today than it was yesterday. Plenty of riders were caught out with crashes by Zakwan, Kazma, Andy Farid, and a big crash for Passawit, who's recovering from it, and he won't be participating today. So if he is tuned in, Passawit, we miss you, and we wish you a fast recovery. But here is Takuma Kunimine, the rider who's got closest to Reiterberger, and he is just 0.127 of a second behind the German's time at the moment. Back into the pits with Zakwan. He needs to find another second to give himself a shot at the front row. I think he's explaining that he's got some chatter under braking. So we go in the universal language. He debriefs his crew chief. There's the impressive Takuma, number 104. Easy to spot number, easy to spot bike colours. Gotta love the JSB series. So looking further down, we've got Kazuki Maeda. Wildcard check. Kazuki Maeda is in 6th, ahead of Haruki Noguchi currently. There is Lachlan Epis coming out of the pits. Now he's got a qualifying tyre, a rear qualifying tyre on. So he's going for the qualifying tyre early in the session. Let's see what he can do. His best time so far has been in this session has been a 1:31. Sorry, a 1:30.011. And that rear qualifying tyre should take him at least a second down from that level. His best time yesterday, he was in the 129s, 129.8. So Lachlan Epis, surprisingly perhaps, because this is his first visit to the circuit, going early with the qualifying tyre. Also races in the Australian Superbike Championship. And the wildcard stars that we're seeing now on our screens and on the result sheets are all JSB, Japan Superbike competitors. And once again, Reiterberger comes out. He's got the wild card. Kunimine just over a 10th behind him. Speaking of whom, there he is. Provisional middle of the front row for him. So it is the time now to start watching for tyre combinations. Lachlan, he's got that rear qualifier on. He's on an out lap. So he's going to make sure he's got some room before he pulls the pin. And Takuma, this is probably a decent lap for him, but I don't think he's going to bring his time down. And the BMW of Aslan Shah is back in working order. Aslan Shah, we know, is in working order, so let's see what he can do. Back with Takuma, he's giving his sponsors plenty of exposure today. And here comes Reiterberger, no qualifiers for him yet. Hard front, soft rear. I think that was Lachlan that just flashed past. And here is Haruki Noguchi. He's not pushing too hard at the moment, but there the number 54 is Kota Arakawa. He's going to come up very quickly on the cruising Haruki Noguchi. He looks behind to check where the other riders are, as he's not pushing too much, but here comes Arakawa. These riders will know each other, both young riders who've come through the Japan Superbike, the All Japan Series. So he flies past Haruki Noguchi. Haruki Noguchi looking for some clear track. And as soon as he's satisfied with a good track position, he will pull the pin. Haruki has elevated himself to third with a 128.291. That won't change this time around. Probably is going to come into the pits now. So Haruki back into the pits after that improvement. Perhaps the improvements that they made are going in the same direction and they want to continue the trajectory. But let's see, and let's also watch what happens to his rear tyre. It's currently a soft, putting the tyre warmers on. And back there with, can't quite see who that is. Oh, that is Kunimine for Toho Racing. And here's some body language, says it all from Markus Reiterberger. He's pushing now. Nothing in his sector time, sector 1 that he's in now. Sorry, he's in sector 2 now. Sector 1 was decent. But he looks as though he's pushing for another lap time now. No qualifiers yet for him. Qualifying tyres, that is. Quite happy with the rear of the bike moving around under braking, although less so than his illustrious teammate Aslan Shah likes to. But really impressive from Markus Reiterberger for his first ever visit to Sugo. Decent sector time so far. He's not going to beat his own time yet, but he has shown a bit of intent on that first flying lap of this spell out on track for him. Here he comes, holding the front down as they crest over the top of the hill. That was 6/10 outside of his best, as Kazma Daniel and Yuki Ito look on from the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing pit. Sigh there from Yuki Ito. Yuki has the gap back to Yuki is as a second from Markus Reiterberger. As we said, the BMWs do seem to have the beating of the Yamahas this season. Aslan Shah back in the pits. And while he was sitting in the pits earlier, he dropped from 3rd to 5th on the screens. Reiterberger continues his way. Nothing special will come from this lap, I don't think. But anyway, he's staying on the pace, pushing it quite hard. Interesting to see that bike moving around under acceleration. He levers that BMW through the chicane. He's got long levers. Markus Reiterberger, he's a tall rider. But he comes into the pits again, where his teammate awaits. And we're just getting a little weather update here. This can be an extremely unpredictable part of the world. A thunderstorm warning. With rain likely around 2 p.m. So looking at the timetable for this afternoon, that will put us around about the time for the Super Sports, I think. So back into the pits for Reiterberger. Keep an eye on that rear wheel. Are they going to whip it off and put on a qualifying tyre? There's 13.5 minutes remaining. There's Ant West for Victor Racing. We haven't mentioned the Australian GP winner. Now 40 years old, but still absolutely loving the excitement of racing. Of course, he wishes he had more resources to make that bike go faster, but he's got a great relationship with the Victor Racing team, and they're enjoying themselves here, and we know that every time he gets on the bike, Ant West is going to get the best out of it. If you want the best, ask Ant West. Back with Zakwan carrying the number 1 plate. He hinted in his interview with Julina yesterday that the number 1 plate might weigh about 10 kilograms and be slowing him down a bit. But he's looking for another second. Yeah, second down on the provisional pole holder, Markus Reiterberger. Lots of riders in the pits, so that will mean for sure that most of the field are putting on their qualifying tyres. Lachlan Epis is in the pits. We saw him put his qualifying tyre on very early, but there's no made a small improvement to 129.3. That leaves him in 13th. Zakwan pushing now, although his sector times don't promise too much. However, you always know that Zakwan is going to give his absolute best, whatever the conditions, whatever the bike's doing, and however he's feeling. He did have quite a heavy thumping crash yesterday. I think it was in FP2. And there we are. We haven't mentioned him for 10 minutes or so, but Takuma Kunimine is still for Toho Racing in P2. Still just over 1/10 of a second back from the imperious German Markus Reiterberger. Haruki Noguchi still in 3rd, so a provisional front row place for him, which is really all the Japanese rider needs. But he will have his hands full with the wild cards, particularly Takuma perhaps, and Kota, as well as with Markus Reiterberger, his main championship rival for the time being. Aslan Shah, a little way down the order, but he's just 1 point, 1 point behind in the standings, behind Reiterberger. And we know again that Aslan Shah knows when to turn on the taps. He's currently 0.8 of a second off Marcus Reiterberger, but we also know that he has a special racing suit, as does Haruki Noguchi. Kazma Daniel, 0.9 of a second off Marcus Reiterberger. So still some frustration in the Yamaha Gen Blue pit. Looking there at Shinichi Nakatomi, to whom we should all say a big thank you, because he is the Dunlop tyre development rider. Now 48 years old and still putting in some good lap times. His best time in this session has been 129.8. Nice outing for him. He's got I think I saw he's got a medium front on there. Most of the other riders are running hard fronts, so that's interesting, given that he is the tyre developer. There's Reiterberger. He's got Ant West behind him, trying to pick up a toe from that much quicker BMW. That BMW, as you can see from the green flashes on the rear wheel, he has put his rear qualifier in. He's got a medium front now on that BMW. Conditions warmer than they were yesterday, so the mediums might work better. Haruki Noguchi's got a rear qualifier and a hard front on his Honda, as he focuses on the job in hand, which he's going out now, make no mistake about it, to try and claim pole position. Takuma Kunimine for Toho Racing, still in second place, where he's been for most of this session. We are getting to the business end of it though. Reiterberger's out on qualifiers. Haruki Noguchi's out on qualifiers. And when we next see him, I think you can be pretty sure that Aslan Shah will be out on qualifiers. Another lap. Good pace from Takuma. He comes to complete another lap. That's a good shot there. You can see when you come out of the chicane, there's a long right-hander before you blast up the hill to the highest point in the course, where lies the finish line. Last time around, 128.5 for Takuma. And there is Aslan Shah. Let's just check. Medium front, qualifying tyre on the rear. And let's take a look. Marcus Reiterberger just put in the fastest Sector 3 time of the session. So let's see if there's more to come from the German. Haruki Noguchi, he is not on a flying lap yet, but here comes Aslan Shah. So this will be the lap. These qualifiers will last for 3 or 4 laps, but this, the second lap, will be the one where Aslan is really pushing. So let's keep an eye on his times. And Reiterberger has just beaten his own lap record again, 127.78, and just marginally stretched out that advantage over Takuma to 0.192, almost 0.2 of a second. His teammate there is Aslan Shah, the 2019 ASB 1000 champion. That was the inaugural year for the championship. And here comes Zakwan Zaidi. He's got his rear qualifying tyre on. There are just less than 5.5 minutes remaining. Aslan Shah on the gas. This is where it matters. And this is where he's putting in the effort. There's decent sector times, but he's not going to do anything this time, so he's going to need another good lap, otherwise he's going to be starting from row 2. And it looks like that's going to be it, because he's run wide at turn 1, and that qualifying tyre probably won't take him round another 2 laps. But here comes Haruki Noguchi. He wants to have a say in who claims pole position and the lap record. He comes across now. That was a 1:29. Back with Markus Reiterberger. Provisional pole, increasing his grip on that pole position. Just inching out a few hundredths of a second on Takuma Kunimine. Haruki Noguchi in third and pushing. Haruki Noguchi has just got the fastest session sector time through sector 1. So now we need to watch the Japanese, the number 73, Haruki Noguchi. We're with Reiterberger now. He's on another decent lap, but he's going to come in. He lets Zakwan Zaidi past him as they enter the chicane. Zakwan pushing, although Zakwan doesn't look like he's got a fast lap coming this time around. Reiterberger's coming into the pit, so that his session probably done. But here's the man on the mission right now. Here is Haruki Noguchi. His sector times have all been really fast. He is going to come up, if not into P1, into P2, I predict, as he blasts over the crest of the hill on the home straight. He crosses the line and goes into P1. He did it, 1:27.6. Reiterberger now in the pits. So does that mean pole position for Haruki Noguchi? He said on his Instagram this morning, P2 yesterday wasn't enough, he was going to improve today. He's improved today. 1:27.6 is the lap time. That will be good enough to take pole, almost certainly. I don't think anybody out there is in the right shape in terms of tyres and tyre wear to knock him off the top spot. So a new lap record again for Haruki Noguchi. He pushes Markus Reiterberger down by 0.17 of a second, which is quite a big margin given what we've been looking at. Congratulations from Kazma Daniel to Haruki Noguchi. It looks like a slightly premature end to this qualifying session. There are still 2 minutes on the clock. Kazma this time around has had a better qualifying performance, and it looks as though he's going to start from 4th to lead the second row. So given that this season hasn't been going all his way by any stretch of the imagination, the young Malaysian, who is also racing in Moto 2 these days, should be satisfied with that. Zakwan Zaidi is not going to be satisfied with 1:28.9. His best lap, which he just set. That's still 0.6 off pole position. And once again, just as we think that the dominance is with Markus Reiterberger, up pops Haruki Noguchi. The fast, gritty, determined waves to the fans. There are quite a few people filtering into the circuit now. He'll be more than pleased with that. If he's not in P1, he's not a happy chap, Haruki Noguchi. And now that's exactly where he is. Zakwan Zaidi comes up to complete another lap. He'll get one more flying lap if he wants it. Although I imagine that qualifying tyre that he's got on the rear will have done its best work so far. No improvement for Zakwan. Oh, Zakwan now in P6, so he's got himself onto the second row. And Takuma Kunimine still provisionally on the front row. Kota Arakawa just flashed through. Kota in P5, provisionally middle of the second row. There is Takuma. Hats off to him for this session. The wildcard to put himself on the front row is more than impressive. Just going into the pits there is Kota. Another lap for Takuma. That'll be that because the checkered flag is out. And we will be able to confirm very shortly that Haruki Noguchi has claimed pole position, and that will be his starting position this afternoon. Racing this afternoon will begin at 12:35 local time. That's GMT +8 here in Japan. And the Superbikes will be due to start their race at 3:45, 15:45. There is Haruki Noguchi. He'll be happy with that. There he is. And now he will be whisked away to Parc Fermé in order to receive a little award for what he's just done, and also to have a word with our very own Yulina. And multilingual though she is, she won't really need to speak to Haruki in Japanese. There's Markus Reiterberger. He's got bumped off pole position. He was first for much of that, but Haruki Noguchi timed it well. He put his qualifying rear tyre in late. And there he is, there are the fans for Haruki Noguchi. Hey, check the t-shirt. He's got the big eyes from the helmet on the t-shirt. Gotta like it. There he goes. Definitely a spring in the step of the young Japanese. He had a birthday a few days ago, which I think puts him at about 23, possibly 24. Perhaps somebody can correct me. So he makes his way to Parc Fermé. So let's just stay with him and confirm the results. There he is, the new lap record holder, the man who will start from pole position in ASP 1000 this afternoon, Haruki Noguchi, number 73, 127.610 for him. He bumped Markus Reiterberger into second place on the grid. Third, completing the front row, will be wildcard Takuma Kunimine for Toho Racing. Kazma Daniel will lead the second row from P4. Kota Arakawa, another wildcard, will start from 5th. 6th, Zakwan Zaidi, who improved late in the session. Aslan Shah will start from 7th. 8th in that session was Ketsuki Maeda. 9th, we didn't see much of him on screen, but Andy Faridis Dihar will start from 9th. Yuki Ito qualified 10th. Rei Toshima 11th. Kazuki Akiyoshi that was a bit quick for me, in 12th. Lachlan Epis 13th. And jumping on to 16th, Jack Grit Suwang Suwat. And Tio Hujo will start from 17th. There is Haruki Noguchi, and any moment now he's going to receive the pole position award for round 3 at Sportsland Sugo International Circuit from the executive from the SDG organisation. There he goes, pose for the photos. And we're going to go down to Yulina, who is standing by to talk with Haruki Noguchi.
Okay, all right, everyone, here we go. We are still in the round 3 FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship, and we have pole seated right here Haruki Noguchi receiving the trophy from Mr. Kensaku Kashiwagi, CEO of the SDG Showa Denki Group. Right. Okay, so Noguchi, just a few questions, okay, before you go off. You clocked the quickest lap record today, which is 127.6, okay, and Markus Reiterberger was doing that yesterday, okay. Did it put any pressure on you?
Yeah, of course. I know he's first time here for riding this superbike, but yesterday he was fastest on this yesterday, so maybe all Japanese rider like little bit afraid. But for me, I know he is fast because in Japan he's quite fast, so I saw like this, so it's okay. So and yesterday I did some tests for me, so yesterday was P2, but this is okay for me.
So you had a really good strategy, and you only clocked that lap record in that pole. Okay, only in the last few minutes. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I thought Marcus or some Japanese guy coming more fast in like 27.0, but today was a little bit hot than yesterday, so maybe everyone feel a little bit difficult. But when I put new QP tire, I feel good, and I make 27.6. I'm really happy. Yeah.
I'm really happy for you too. Good luck for today in race 1. Yes. Thank you. Right, there we have it for today. Stay with us. The FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7. IDEMITSU IRG5.